Chapter 3463. The Saint River was still the same Saint River. The thousands of whirlpools on the river were still spinning. However, the sun was already high in the sky. The golden sun shone on the river, making people dizzy just by looking at it. Alas! Axan reluctantly pulled her hand out of Xiao Hua's hand. She looked down at the river and sighed, for people agreed to enter the river, but only 2 returned. Although you and I both gained something, my heart is still sad. Xiao Hua nodded. Since you and I walked the right path and found the mysterious water palace, then Ci Hui and Master Guzhen walked the wrong path. I'm afraid they died long ago. The dead are gone, and the living want a better life. Axan, I have something urgent to do, so I'm afraid I can't go with you to find them. I never thought of asking you to go. Axan was a little angry and threw her hand out of Xiao Hua's hand. Now that we're here, I still don't know your name. How can I dare to let you go with me? This. Xiao Hua was very embarrassed, and said with a smile, Actually, I already told you before, but you didn't care. Oh. When? How come I didn't know? Axan was stunned. Xiao Hua smiled, Hee, I'm called Xiao Hua. Xiao as in Xiao Hua, Hua as in Xiao Hua. Didn't I already tell you? Xiao Hua. Axan couldn't help but laugh. She raised her fist and hammered Xiao Hua's chest a few times, and said angrily, You call this announcing your name? Xiao Hua felt sweet in his heart, as if he was enjoying it very much. After a moment, Axan's neck turned red. She took out a white flower similar to Axan and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Xiao Gongzi, this is this concubine's keepsake. This concubine won't tell you where my Axan family is. After all, this concubine doesn't know how to get along with the Axan family in the future. If you want, you can go to the Cha Nu Kingdom to find this concubine. Just give this token to the queen, and she will have a way to inform this concubine. Okay. Xiao Hua took the white flower and carefully put it away. Axan waved her hand, and the strange black and white bird flew out. Axan stepped on it, and looked back with reluctance, and said in a low voice, Young master, this concubine will go now. If you're doing well, then I'm doing well. Xiao Hua nodded, You have to take care of yourself. When I'm done, I'll definitely go to Cha Nu country to look for you. Good. This concubine will wait for young master's news. Hearing this, Axan's face lit up with joy. The strange bird beneath her spread its wings and flew away with Axan. After flying for several dozen meters, Axan's gaze was still fixed on Xiao Hua. Go, saving people is more important. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Axan's figure finally disappeared. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to fly away, Axan's voice came again, Xiao Hua, the queen of the Cha Nu country is a national beauty, you shouldn't be charmed by them, if this concubine knows, Xiao Hua's body trembled as he looked into the distance in astonishment. Axan's goo. Laughter gradually became softer in his ears. This little girl. Xiao Hua unhappily snorted, She's not as beautiful as Hongsha Fairy, but she's much more jealous. Damn it, why did this young master have feelings for her? Xiao Hua couldn't be blamed. After all, he had been lonely for hundreds of years. Even a cultivator's heart would grow grass. In this Xianshui palace, Xiao Hua and Axan had gone through life and death together several times. Under such circumstances, any man and woman would inevitably feel close to each other, not to mention Xiao Hua had risked his life several times for Axan, and won her heart. In the end, Xiao Hua showed his might, took the emperor's sword and Kunlun mirror, and saved Axan's father. This kind of great kindness could only make Xian repay it with her body, right? Of course, if Xiao Hua could accompany Xian and save Xian's father from the sword, that would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still thinking about Jiang Luer, and Ci Hui's life or death was unknown. Xiao Hua could only go to Jinshan Temple by himself. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua was bargaining with Ci Hui, he had fully considered this accident and asked about the situation of Jinshan Temple. Now that he had bid farewell to Xian, Xiao Hua looked at the sun above his head. His figure swayed, and he flew in the direction of Jinshan Temple. After flying for half an hour, the mountain ridge gradually became steeper. The trees all over the mountain gradually became thicker, and the people gradually became fewer. Even the commonly seen temples in Elysium couldn't be seen. Xiao Hua's heart unconsciously jumped. He had a bad feeling that he seemed to be lost again. But when he looked up at the sky, he didn't know when, but the scorching sun was in the sky, and the sky was covered with dense red clouds. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds, and there wasn't a trace of wind in the whole world. This told him that a huge array had enveloped the world. Damn it, there's going to be a big storm. Xiao Hua sighed. Even if this young master wants to find someone to ask, I can't. Helpless, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and casually looked around. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua suddenly discovered that at the foot of a mountain, next to a stream, under a Bodhi tree, there was a little monk sitting upright. This little monk looked to be around 10 years old. He was wearing an ordinary monk's robe, and his teeth were white and his lips were red. In front of the little monk was a flat piece of land, and there were a dozen or so stones placed on it. Woo! At this moment, a light wind blew from the horizon, gently blowing Xiao Hua's scholarly robe. Along with this light wind, thousands of fierce winds gradually formed. That fierce wind not only wreaked havoc in the sky, but also the green trees and forests between the mountain peaks were blown askew by this fierce wind. Little monk. Xiao Hua used the wind escape technique to land in front of the little monk, and hurriedly shouted, "A big storm is coming, why are you still here? Where is your temple? This one will send you back." Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, the little monk's face revealed a smile. He opened his eyes, and his pair of eyes shined like stars. The little monk opened his mouth, and his words almost scared Xiao Hua. "You finally came." "Ah." Xiao Hua was stunned, and his heart became alert. Golden light flashed around his body, and he coldly asked, "Who are you? How did you know this one was coming?" Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that if someone knew he was coming, who else could it be besides the person who built the Shaolin Long Temple? Immediately, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept over the little monk, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, who are you? Could it be that you came from the Shaolin Long Temple on the snowy mountain? Were you waiting for this one here?" He. The little monk was very indifferent. He pointed in front of him, and said with a smile, "Benefactor, don't be anxious. Sit down and finish this game of chess first. This little monk will break it down for you one by one. Play chess." Xiao Hua looked at the stones on the ground. Sure enough, these stones were divided into two halves, and there were also some lines drawn under the stones. Senior is in a good mood. Xiao Hua didn't dare to relax. He cupped his hands and said, "However, at this time, a storm is coming. Even if you want to play chess, you still need to find a place to take shelter from the rain, right?" Ha, benefactor's words are wrong. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As long as your heart is calm, where will the storm come from? The little monk smiled and pointed his finger to the sky. Sure enough, the mountain where the wind was still roaring suddenly stopped. After a few breaths, the clouds that sealed the sky slowly dispersed. In the clear sky, a blazing sun revealed a smiling face. The little monk was smiling under the shade of a tree. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the little monk in disbelief, and then looked at the sky. Xiao Hua, who had mastered the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, could now make the weather change. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to make such a large area of storm stop with just a point of his finger. Without green seal characters, spells, and magic power. Xiao Hua was sincerely convinced. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior's method is good, this one has learned. Sit down. Let's play this game of chess first." The little monk faintly smiled and pointed with his finger. Xiao Hua had no choice but to sit down. He lowered his head to look at the chessboard and said with a bitter smile, "Senior, this one's talent is naughty and mischievous. I don't know how to play chess." "Hee, it's simple. This poor monk will teach you. I guarantee that you will be able to learn it in one try." The little monk faintly smiled and pointed at the chessboard on the ground. Xiao Hua listened with rapt attention. After a short while, he understood. There were only a dozen chess pieces on the ground, and they were divided into two groups. Moreover, the lines on the ground were limited. No matter how difficult it was easy for a cultivator like Xiao Hua. "Senior." Xiao Hua frowned and said, It's that simple. It's that simple." The little monk raised his hand, picked up a stone and threw it forward. It landed on one of the intersections. He casually said, "It's your turn." "Okay." Xiao Hua lowered his head and stretched out his hand. Just as he was about to pick up a stone from his side, he glanced at it and asked curiously, "Senior, why is there one missing?" "Oh, that's right." The little monk raised his eyes and looked. He couldn't help but become slightly angry. This Wang Bianfei is too shameless. He actually took away the chess piece. No wonder he won against this poor monk yesterday. Wang Bianfei. Xiao Hua was stunned. He asked curiously, "Senior, who is this?" "Don't care about him." The little monk looked left and right. He didn't see any stones. He simply used his hand to touch his chest and took out a black triangle. He threw it to Xiao Hua and said, "Use this as a chess piece." "No need. Senior, I have one here." Xiao Hua caught the triangle. He waved his right hand and picked up a stone from a distance and placed it on the ground. The little monk waved his hand generously and said, "I'll give this to you." "Oh. Okay." Xiao Hua looked at the heavy triangle in his hand. He didn't know what this thing was for. However, since it was given by the senior, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and casually put it in his chest. He looked at the chess pieces on the ground and very carefully picked one up and threw it on the ground. The so-called way of chess, the rules were very simple. However, it was very difficult to master it. The little monk seemed to be very familiar with this chessboard. He casually broke the move that Xiao Hua had been thinking about for a long time. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua was defeated by the little monk. Chapter 34-64. Senior's chess skills are exquisite. This one is unable to catch up to you. Xiao Hua arranged the chess pieces and said with a smile. Then, he looked at the small monk and quietly listened to the small monk's analysis. Unexpectedly, the small monk pointed his finger and said, "You can only comprehend the mysteries of chess when your heart is undistracted. How can you beat this poor monk if your heart is distracted?" Again. "Oh. Okay." Xiao Hua looked at the unfathomable small monk and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and began to play according to the small monk's rhythm. The second game was naturally Xiao Hua's loss. However, the situation was much better and the time taken was much longer. Seeing the small monk beaming with joy seemed very satisfying. Without saying anything, Xiao Hua arranged the chess pieces again and began the third game with the small monk. The sun seemed to be hanging above their heads, motionless. However, Xiaohua and the small monk had already played nearly 30 games. In the beginning, Xiaohua was not the small monk's opponent. After 5 games, Xiaohua gradually caught up. After 10 games, Xiaohua had a card up his sleeve. No matter how the small monk threw the chess pieces, Xiaohua was able to easily defeat him. He casually threw the chess pieces and forced the small monk to the brink of death every time. After 15 games, it was a complete copy of Xiaohua's first game. The small monk was utterly defeated as soon as the game started. He was no longer Xiaohua's opponent. However, what Xiaohua did not understand was that the little monk seemed to be very happy with this simple game of Go. Despite being killed one game after another, he did not give up one game after another. Aside from the gradually increasing awkwardness between his brows, the expression in his eyes grew even more intense. After one game, a new one was placed. The small monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and stood up. "I'm not playing anymore. Damn it, you are much better than Wang Bianfei." Ah. Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the small monk acting shamelessly like a naughty child. However, before Xiaohua could stand up, the small monk pointed behind Xiaohua and said, "Hey, isn't that Wang Bianfei? Are you looking for him?" Xiaohua hurriedly turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. In the distance, there were still specks of light in the forest. Where was the figure of a person? What is the meaning of this? Xiaohua vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, something that shocked him happened. The small monk sitting in front of him disappeared. How is this possible? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Presently, he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was a nascent soul grandmaster of the Tao sect and a 5-foot golden lotus realm of the Buddhist sect. Which one of his cultivations wasn't enviable? However, this little monk had actually quietly disappeared in front of him. Xiaohua didn't feel anything at all. How could he not be surprised? What level had this little monk's cultivation reached? However, when he thought of the fact that the other party had been waiting for him at the Little Linglong Temple on the Great Snow Mountain 10,000 years ago, he must be at least a Buddha Lord, right? In other people's eyes, he really looked like a child. However, when he thought of this, Xiaohua was stunned again. He looked at the scattered stones on the ground, as well as the vertical and horizontal lines. This so-called chess skill was nothing more than an ordinary country child's play. Why did this senior expert care so much about it? Could it be? Xiaohua suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly reached out to take out the black triangle from his bosom. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he unexpectedly discovered that this object was not ordinary. This is a Buddhist treasure. Xiaohua immediately understood. This little monk was probably waiting here for this object. Immediately after, Xiaohua used his Buddhist sense to take a look. However, he still couldn't see anything. In the end, he used his Dharma eyes to see that this black triangle hid a thumb-sized chess piece. It really is a chess piece. This senior is unfathomable. Xiaohua closed his Dharma eyes. He was truly convinced. Immediately after, Xiaohua bowed towards the sky. "I am Bodhi. Thank you Buddha Lord for bestowing this treasure." Hee hee. Suddenly, a light laugh came from afar. Wasn't that the voice of the small monk? Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense and scattered it towards that direction. Oh. Why is there a child here? Xiaohua's Buddhist sense naturally couldn't catch up with the small monk. However, 100 li away from the Buddhist sense, he saw a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was holding a charcoal pencil and sitting cross-legged in front of a flower and tree that was taller than a person. He was drawing something on the ground in front of him stroke by stroke. The child's clothes looked shabby and several places were sewn with patches. He was also carrying a small embroidered bag on his back. Although this embroidered bag was sewn with needle and thread and rags, it was very clean. Just as Xiao Hua was about to withdraw his Buddhist sense, a person who looked like a servant quickly walked over from the valley not far from the child. Seeing the child, he hurriedly shouted, "Wang Bianfei, why are you here? Quick, quick, Lord Wang is looking for you." Wang Bianfei. Xiao Hua was stunned and secretly said, "Isn't this the Wang Bianfei that the little monk was talking about?" Soon after, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he leaped into the sky and flew towards the place where Wang Bianfei was. When he flew closer, Xiao Hua could already see clearly that this was a small mountain village built in the middle of several mountains. There were more than 100 families in the mountain village. At this time, some people were farming on the mountain and some people were hunting in the mountain ridge. Within the village, women were weaving and planting vegetables, washing and cleaning. There was also a group of children playing and making noise. It was a lively scene of a village. At this time, Wang Bianfei was standing in the courtyard of the largest family in the mountain village. A middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was saying something to him in a sharp voice. Another middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears was arrogantly sitting on a recliner not far away. He was holding a palm leaf fan in one hand and a wine pot in the other. The fat man fanned himself a few times and snorted a few times. He then stuffed the wine pot into his mouth and took a few sips. He looked very free and unfettered. Xiao Hua's body was hidden in the air and he could already hear clearly. He heard the middle-aged man say, "Wang Bianfei, Lord Wang called you over today because he took a fancy to your painting skills. I heard that everything you paint is vivid and lifelike. Today, I want to let you show off your skills." As he spoke, he took out a silver ingot from his bosom and said with a smile, "If your painting can satisfy Lord Wang, then this silver ingot is yours." Wang Bianfei glanced at the silver ingot. His expression did not change and he did not accept the silver ingot. He only slightly nodded and said, "Head butler, please tell this lowly one what to paint today." If this lowly one's painting can't satisfy Lord Wang, how can this lowly one dare to accept this silver ingot? To others, it is extremely difficult, but to you, it is very simple. The skinny butler slightly smiled and put the silver ingot back into his bosom. Wang Bianfei slightly frowned. He looked at Lord Wang who was not far away and then looked at the butler. He bit his lips and said in a low voice, "Head butler, this lowly one has a question. I don't know if I should ask." "There is no harm in speaking." The head butler very generously waved his hand. Although this lowly one knows how to paint, this lowly one is still small and clumsy. It is impossible for this lowly one to satisfy Lord Wang. Wang Bianfei opened his mouth and his words were mature again. "If Lord Wang has any important matters, please feel free to invite the great painters in Pingxi City to do it. This lowly one knows that his painting is not worth a silver ingot. Since Lord Wang asked you to come, he naturally has his own plans." The butler looked at Wang Bianfei with some astonishment. He really did not expect Wang Bianfei, a child who was not even 10 years old, to be able to think so much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to ask so many questions. Just focus on painting." Wang Bianfei nodded and said, "This lowly one understands." Immediately after, the butler walked to the fatty's side and whispered a few words. The fatty waved his hand to indicate that he understood. The butler then brought Wang Bianfei into the backyard. The backyard was a place that was similar to a garden. A lady dressed in gorgeous clothes was sitting on a swing. The butler brought Wang Bianfei forward and pulled Wang Bianfei, saying, "Aren't you going to greet young lady?" "Yes, this lowly one greets young lady." As if he understood something, Wang Bianfei calmly bowed and greeted. Get up." The young lady seemed to have something on her mind. She absent-mindedly waved the circular fan in her hand a few times and said. Seeing that the young lady did not pay attention to Wang Bianfei, the butler hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei to the side and said in a low voice, "Lord asked you to come here today because he wants you to paint a portrait of the young lady. This is very important. You must paint it well. As long as Lord and young lady are satisfied, that silver ingot just now will be yours." "Yes, this lowly one understands." Wang Bianfei nodded vigorously. "This lowly one will do his best to paint it well." "Good." The butler clapped his hands and said, "It's up to you." After saying that, the butler waved his hand and a few servants who were already at the side immediately brought over a desk, rice paper, brush, ink and other items. After the servants had arranged the items properly, a few servant girls quickly walked over and opened up the rice paper and other items and put them away. There was even a little girl who walked to the side of the desk and prepared to grind an ink stick. Wang Bianfei hurriedly waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He walked to the side of the inkstone and carefully took out the ink stick. He poured some clear water into the inkstone and slowly ground it. At the same time, he frowned and stared at the young lady who was also frowning while sitting on the swing. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire back garden was silent except for the sound of the wind. A few servants and servant girls were puzzled, but they did not dare to make a sound. They stole glances at Wang Bianfei and then at the butler. The butler patiently waited for a while, but when he saw Wang Bianfei's reaction, he looked left and right and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. He quietly retreated to the entrance of the garden and looked at the Lord and Wang Bianfei in the distance. "That's strange, what is this? Even if he wants to paint a portrait for this young lady, he should find an adult painter. There may not be any in this village, but there are plenty in Pingxi City. There's no reason to find this child." Xiao Hua, who was invisible in the air, felt a little strange and secretly said, "Moreover, there are only 100 or so families in this village. How can there be such a rich Lord Wang? He is 10 times or even 100 times richer than a local rich man." He looked at Wang Bianfei again. He stared straight at the young lady for more than enough time to eat a meal. Then, he slightly closed his eyes and composed himself. He then turned around and walked to the front of the desk. He lifted his foot and stepped on a small stool that had been prepared earlier. He reached out and picked up a slightly thick brush from the brush washer. He dipped the brush in the thick ink of the inkstone and waved his hand to draw on the rice paper. Chapter 3465. Xiao Hua was very curious and leaned over to take a look. He saw that Wang Bianfei's first few strokes were actually drawing around the entire xian paper. Not to mention a human figure, even a graffiti seemed to look better than Wang Bianfei's few strokes. However, in just a few breaths, Wang Bianfei only slightly drew on these lines, and an extremely plump woman's silhouette was revealed. Good. Xiao Hua didn't know how to draw, but seeing how confident Wang Bianfei was and how he didn't even look at the woman, and how his brush seemed to have the help of the gods, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, such an intelligent child is indeed rare in this world. And at this moment, he also understood why Lord Wang didn't look for other painters. Wang Bianfei used a thick brush to outline the rough outline of the portrait. Then, he picked up a small, thin brush to draw on the outline in detail. In the end, he took out a small, rough red brush from his embroidery bag and slightly modified the cheeks and lips of the portrait. Finally, he took a deep breath and took out the thickest brush from the brush washer. He dipped it in ink and touched the eyes of the portrait twice with lightning speed. Xiao Hua felt his eyes light up. The person on the xian paper seemed to have come alive. That kind of bashfulness, that kind of blurred mental journey, all of a sudden revealed the thoughts of the young lady on the swing. Good. Xiao Hua forgot that he was hiding at the side and almost called out. Fortunately, Wang Bianfei was concentrating on brewing and didn't notice. When he put away the brush, he raised his head and called out, "Housekeeper, I'm done drawing." After finishing the portrait, Wang Bianfei's high spirits immediately disappeared. He carefully put down the brush and respectfully said while standing at the side. Master, master. The housekeeper didn't come over and instead called out. So fast. Lord Wang quickly ran over. The fat on his body trembled and beads of sweat dripped down. The two were originally happy, but when they walked to the front of the desk and saw the portrait Wang Bianfei drew, their faces immediately froze. Master. Seeing this, Wang Bianfei's face also slightly changed. He said in a low voice, could it be? I didn't draw well. Humph. Old Master Wang snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He glanced at the butler. At this moment, the young lady also walked over from the swing. When she saw the portrait, her expression changed greatly. There were tears in her eyes. She covered her face and quickly walked away. The steward's face changed, and he said angrily to Wang Bianfei, don't you have eyes? My family's young miss is as beautiful as a flower, how could you paint her like this? With this painting of yours, how could the son of the deputy county magistrate take a fancy to miss? But. Wang Bianfei was stunned. He looked at his painting in confusion and said curiously, Master, I painted it according to Miss's appearance. It's exactly the same. Wang Yifei didn't understand the inside story, but Xiao Hua, who was in midair, had a clear mind. Sure enough, that housekeeper pointed his finger at the left cheek of the portrait and shouted, my family's miss clearly doesn't have a mole here, why did you draw one here? Master, I've been wronged. Wang Bianfei hurriedly defended himself. Miss clearly has a black mole on her left cheek, and it's not small. There are 4 more on it. Shut up. The steward slapped Wang Bianfei's face and said angrily, quickly, remove this black mole. No. Wang Bianfei's face was red with 5 finger marks. His tears flowed out, but he still clenched his teeth and said, Father said that a painter is the eyes of people. Whatever you see, you have to draw. If you fake it, you're not a painter. Little baby. Master Wang next to him took out a gold ingot from his arms and shook it in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. He smiled and said, if you remove this black mole, I'll give you this gold ingot. Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei looked at the gold ingot, slightly bit his lips and shook his head. No, I saw it, so I have to draw it, humph. Master Wang flung his sleeve and threw the gold ingot on the ground. He said coldly, if it weren't for this black mole, I wouldn't have asked you to draw it. After saying that, he panted and left. Wang Bianfei, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The steward looked at the gold ingot on the ground and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He carefully picked it up and wiped away the dust on it and said, I know that in your family, only your mother makes a living by weaving and starching. The charcoal and paper that you use to draw every day are all exchanged by your mother's hard work every day and night. Now you only need to gently move the brush and this gold ingot is yours. It's enough for your family's expenses for 10 years. Think about these 10 years, your mother doesn't have to work hard, don't you think that you... At this point, the steward didn't say anything more and looked at Wang Bianfei with confidence. No. Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei still shook his head, as the saying goes, don't do good because it's small, don't do evil because it's small. 1,000 miles of dye can be destroyed by an ant's nest. As long as I start to draw a fake painting and lie for the first time, I can't do it again. Paw. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to finish speaking, the steward gave him another slap. The other half of Wang Bianfei's face turned red again. Xiao Hua was slightly angry and raised his hand. But just as he was about to make a move, he frowned again. He looked left and right and asked curiously, this Wang Bianfei should be that senior's friend despite the difference in age, right? With that senior's divine ability, it's impossible that he doesn't know about this matter. Why doesn't he make a move? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua also put down his hand and looked on with interest. Master. Wang Bianfei's tears fell down, feeling very wronged. Unfortunately, the steward still didn't plan to let him go. He pointed at the painting and said coldly, Wang Bianfei, look at what you've drawn. It doesn't look like my family's young miss at all. I won't let you remove the mole. This rice paper is 1 tael of silver. You can leave after you pay the money. You. Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Where do I have 1 tael of silver? You also didn't say that I have to pay the money if I don't draw well. I don't care so much. Since your drawing doesn't look like it, you have to pay the money. I can draw whatever I see. How can my drawing not look like it? Wang Bianfei argued, how about master let the young miss compare with this painting? Is the young miss someone you can see whenever you want? The steward sneered, unless you can prove that whatever you draw looks like it, otherwise, Wang Bianfei might not be able to tell that this was a small trap, but Xiao Hua understood. However, with him here, he wasn't afraid that Wang Bianfei's life would be in danger. Thus, he simply flew to the top of the wall and sat there to watch. However, after that little monk disappeared, he didn't appear again. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness several times, but there was no trace of him within 100 li. Master, how do you want me to prove it? Wang Bianfei took the bait as expected. After all, he couldn't afford to pay that tael of silver. The steward's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile and said, this is easy. I will invite your mother from home and let her be locked together with my family's vicious dog. As long as you can draw a tiger that scares the vicious dog, it will prove that your drawing is good. If you can't, TSK, either you let the vicious dog eat your mother, or you remove the mole from this painting. You. Wang Bianfei didn't think that he would suddenly drag his mother into this. His mind was in a mess. Men. Steward Yi ordered, tie up Wang Bianfei's mother and bring her here. Yes. The nearby servants had already responded and hurriedly left. But, I have never seen a tiger before. How can I draw this? Wang Bianfei's face turned red as he hurriedly explained. Steward Yi flicked his sleeve and left with his head raised. Mother. Wang Yifei cried and stumbled as he ran out. The servants were in high spirits. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to plead with Master Wang, they had already brought Wang Bianfei's mother over. Wang Bianfei's mother looked to be around 30 years old. However, the hair on her temples was already white and there were many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Even that pair of eyes were slightly squinted. Clearly, she had been working very hard under the oil lamp at night. Son, how did you offend Master Wang? Hurry up and apologize to him. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what happened. Seeing the Wang family servant's ferociousness, she was already trembling in fear. The moment she entered the courtyard, she hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, before Wang Bianfei could reply, woof woof. A few fierce dog barks sounded and a dog cage that was taller than a person was already carried out. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to be extremely afraid of dogs. Upon hearing this sound, she immediately collapsed onto the ground. Mother. Wang Bianfei didn't seem to think that his mother would be so afraid of dogs. Because in the past, whenever he encountered dogs, it was always his mother who stood in front of him. However, at this moment, he had already forgotten that he was afraid of dogs and bravely rushed over. However, evil people were fiercer than dogs. Without waiting for him to run over, a servant blocked him. The other 2 servants even lifted up his mother and threw her into the dog cage. Although the vicious dog had already been chained to a corner of the dog cage, the vicious dog still pounced on Wang Bianfei's mother. The dog's barks blew up Wang Bianfei's mother's hair and the vicious dog's saliva even splashed onto her body. Wang Bianfei's mother's 4 limbs trembled. She couldn't stand at all. She used all her strength to hold on to the wooden stick on the dog cage. The fingernails on her hands were all turning blue. Son, How did you offend Master Wang? Hearing his mother's voice that was close to a moan coming from her throat, Wang Bianfei bit his lip so hard that blood trickled out. His hands clenched tightly and the tears that flowed out stopped at this moment. He glanced at the triumphant housekeeper and shouted, "Bring the brush, ink, paper and inkstone over." "Alrighty." The housekeeper laughed and waved his hand. "You should have known better. Why did you have to do this?" However, when the servants brought the writing table over, to the housekeeper's surprise, Wang Bianfei didn't remove the mole on the drawing nor did he redraw it. Instead, he focused on drawing the tiger stroke by stroke. Chapter 3466. Xiao Hua was also filled with righteous indignation as he watched from the high wall. Even though he was already a nascent soul master, he still couldn't help but want to take action when he saw such an evil thing. However, when he saw Wang Bianfei unyieldingly draw the tiger, his heart moved again. He looked at the lady in the dog cage and saw that there was no danger to her life. Moreover, the metal chain was extremely sturdy. He stopped and watched with great interest as Wang Bianfei drew the tiger. He wanted to see how Wang Bianfei's tiger would be able to scare the evil dog. Unfortunately, after a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. It was very simple. Wang Yifei's tiger was not a tiger at all. Instead, it was like a cat, an enlarged cat. Is this what it means to draw a tiger but not a cat? Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. The evil housekeeper's face was originally ugly, but when he saw Wang Yifei's tiger, he unconsciously became happy. Knowing that Wang Yifei didn't know how to draw a tiger, he had to modify the young Mrs. portrait according to his own calculations. Moreover, he also understood that his young Mrs. face was flawed. He absolutely couldn't let the painters in Pingxi City draw it. In that case, before the young Mrs. portrait was sent to the county magistrate's mansion, the county magistrate's son would already know. Although this Wang Yifei was young, he seemed to draw better than ordinary painters. His master really had to rely on this Wang Yifei. How about it? The evil housekeeper laughed. You want to scare the evil dog with this tiger? Do you want me to release the evil dog? But Wang Yifei's face turned red. I said that I can draw anything that I have seen. I have never seen this tiger before. The evil housekeeper grinned. Whether you see it or not is your business. Whether you release the dog or not is my business. Master. Wang Yifei saw that the evil housekeeper was about to raise his hand. His eyes turned and he hurriedly ran in front of Master Wang. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Master, can you give me 3 days? No, 1 day, I will go up the mountain. Go up the mountain. Master Wang looked at the side helplessly. Hearing Wang Yifei's pleading, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Wang Yifei shouted, I will go up the mountain to see if there is a tiger. I will come back and draw a real tiger. When old Master Wang heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want Wang Yifei to draw a tiger. He wanted Wang Yifei to draw a portrait of his daughter. Just as old Master Wang was about to get angry, young Miss Wang came out. At this moment, young Miss Wang's face was covered with a veil. She said a few words in front of old Master Wang, then turned around and left. Old Master Wang looked at his daughter with pity. He raised his hand and said, All right, I'll give you 1 day. Go and come back quickly. If by this time tomorrow, you still can't draw a tiger that can scare the evil dogs, don't blame me. Yes, I understand. Wang Bianfei hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to his mother, shouting, Mother, wait for your son for a day, your son will definitely save you from inside. Wang Bianfei's mother did not understand what had happened, but she understood that her son wanted to go up the mountain to find the tiger. She was originally frightened by the vicious dog, but at this time, she did not know where the courage came from. She stood up from the ground and said anxiously, Son, you are not even 10 years old, how can you go up the mountain by yourself? How can you escape from the tiger's mouth? Don't worry about Mother. Mother would rather be eaten by this vicious dog than let you go up the mountain." With that, Wang Baifei's mother walked towards the vicious dog. Wang Baifei was scared out of his wits, but the servants next to him were nimble. They hurriedly took a few wooden forks and pressed the vicious dog that pounced on Wang Baifei's mother to the ground. "Mother!" Wang Baifei gritted his teeth and forced a smile on his face. "Don't worry, Boy secretly went up the mountain to draw last year. He also saw the tiger, but he did not draw it. This time, Boy went up the mountain to secretly take a look. He will come back immediately after drawing the tiger. There will be no problem." But even after listening to Wang Baifei's explanation, Wang Baifei's mother was still not at ease. Just as she was about to say something, Wang Baifei waved his hand and hurriedly ran out of the Wang family. He said while running, "Mother, Boy will be back soon, it will be very fast." After Wang Baifei left, only a few dog barks could be heard in the Wang family's courtyard. The servants were all silent. That evil housekeeper did not expect things to develop like this. "What are you waiting for?" Lord Wang raised his head and shouted at the housekeeper, "Why are you still not following Wang Baifei? If he really went up the mountain, how can a child like him be the tiger's opponent?" "Lord, don't worry." The housekeeper hurriedly smiled. Wang Baifei was just saying. "This lowly one has never gone up the mountain to see the tiger. Where can he find the tiger? He probably went to the mountain and saw that he could not go up the mountain, so he naturally came back. Go quickly." Lord Wang impatiently said in anger, "This is what Miss said. You can't even do such a small thing, what a fool." Yes, this lowly one will go now." The housekeeper promised and hurriedly left with 2 servants. Not long after, a servant girl hurriedly came out from the backyard. She said a few words in front of Lord Wang and hurriedly went out. Lord Wang's face showed helplessness. He waved his hand and ordered a few servants to carry Wang Baifei's mother out of the dog cage and bring her to a firewood room at the side. "This miss is not bad." Xiaohua stood in the air and watched, nodding slightly. Then his figure flew up again and followed Wang Baifei, who was running in the distance. Behind Wang Baifei, there were naturally the housekeeper and a few others. However, these people chased Wang Baifei out of the village and lost him. After all, the mountain village was surrounded by fields and could go up the mountain from anywhere. Wang Baifei was also small, so who knew where he went? "Housekeeper." A servant looked at the road leading up the mountain and said with a smile, "Wang Baifei is only a child, how can he go up the mountain by himself? Besides, this mountain is so big, where is he going to find a tiger? Don't worry, even if he goes, he will come back in less than half a day when it's dark. You and I don't have to accompany him to run around blindly." How can I go up the mountain?" "Go, bring the wine and meat, I will wait here for that kid to escape back." The housekeeper ordered and sat down on a stone. The other 2 servants secretly went back. Looking at the corner of the mountain village, the servant girl who came out earlier also came out of a small courtyard. Behind her was an old hunter with white hair and beard. The servant girl returned to the Wang family's courtyard and the old hunter quickly went up the mountain. Xiaohua flew in the air while invisible, overlooking everything that happened in this small mountain village. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, who said that the Pure Land world is a paradise? Not to mention that there are wild beasts and evil dogs here, there are also a lot of evil people and evil deeds here. It is no different from the hidden immortal continent. People, won't change their nature just because they are in a different place. Clasping his hands behind his back, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and followed Wang Baifei up the mountain. He didn't understand why the so-called senior led him to this small mountain village and why he met Wang Baifei. However, he was also patient. It was only a day, he wanted to see how things would end in the end. This was not out of the Wang family servant's expectation. However, this servant only guessed half of it right. This mountain was indeed big. Wang Baifei couldn't find the tiger in a day. However, what he didn't guess was that Wang Baifei didn't hesitate at all and went up the mountain by following the vague mountain path. However, this mountain was really big. Wang Baifei went straight for nearly half a day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he was still groping in the mountain forest and didn't even see a tiger's hair. Of course, Xiao Hua knew where the tiger was. However, he didn't need to remind him. The old hunter found Wang Baifei's trace and went up the mountain from the side. He even took advantage of Wang Baifei's blind groping to catch a tiger cub from the tiger's den and went to meet Wang Baifei. This was definitely an intentional chance encounter. Wang Baifei saw the old hunter. When he saw the tiger cub in the old hunter's hand, Wang Baifei hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa Zhang, did you catch a tiger cub?" "Oh. Wang family's boy, it's so late, why are you still on the mountain?" The old hunter naturally didn't reveal any trace of his whereabouts. He was very surprised and shouted, "Quickly go down the mountain, it's already late, it's too dangerous here." "Grandpa, where did you catch this tiger? Are you going back to the village?" Wang Baifei asked somewhat anxiously. The old hunter smiled and said, "Grandpa is old, how can I catch a tiger? This tiger cub was picked up by Grandpa on the road. Now, I am going to send it back to the tiger's den." "Ah. Why do you want to send it back?" Wang Baifei didn't understand. "Little guy, if you don't go home, won't your mother look for you all over the village?" The old hunter smiled and said, "If this tiger cub is missing, won't that dumb insect look for you all over the mountain? And it is very likely that it will directly rush into our village, that will be troublesome." Hearing the old hunter mention his mother, Wang Baifei couldn't help but cry again. After all, he was still a child who was not even 10 years old. "Oh, little boy, what happened to you? Are you lost?" "Don't worry, Grandpa will send this tiger back, and then we will go down the mountain together." The old hunter hurriedly comforted him. But Wang Baifei asked again, "Grandpa, can you take me to the tiger's den? I want to see what a real tiger looks like." "Ah. You don't want to live anymore?" The old hunter was shocked. He was afraid that the maid who looked for him earlier didn't explain clearly, so he quickly replied, "Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den. Don't forget, a tiger's nose is more sensitive than a dog's, and it can run faster than a dog. Once you get close to its den, it will immediately notice you. It will be too late for you to run away." Then Wang Baifei hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I just want to see a real tiger, it's fine if I don't get close to it." "You silly child." The old hunter smiled and said, "Don't I have a tiger here? Although it's not a big tiger, after you see it, you can think of it as a big tiger, right?" This. Wang Baifei was a little hesitant. Chapter 3467. The old hunter urged, "Little guy, if you want to see it, hurry up. I estimate that there's still more than an hour before the tiger returns to its den. By then, I'll have to send this little tiger back to its den." "Okay, Grandpa, put the tiger down and let me have a good look." Wang Wanfei made up his mind, "I want to draw a picture of a tiger." Not bad, child, you will definitely become a great painter in our Pingxi city." Hearing this, the old hunter finally relaxed. He put the little tiger down and sat at the side to smoke his pipe. The little tiger was much bigger than a cat but smaller than a dog. It was furry and cute. Wang Wanfei played with the little tiger for a while, then took out a charcoal pencil and started to draw. The little tiger circled around Wang Wanfei while the old hunter watched with a smile. Wang Wanfei's drawing skills were really good. He finished drawing in a moment. However, on the rough paper, the little tiger's charmingly naive look was vivid on the paper. Where was the imposing manner of an adult tiger? Wang Wanfei looked at the tiger drawing and felt like crying. "Child, didn't you draw very well?" The old hunter didn't know the whole story and asked with a smile, "Why are you unhappy?" Wang Wanfei bit his lips, his little face was gloomy like the shadow of dusk. He then asked the old hunter tentatively, "Grandpa, can you tell me where the tiger's den is? I really just want to see." Without waiting for Wang Wanfei to finish, the old hunter's face changed slightly and stood up. He knocked the pipe on the rock a few times and said unhappily, "Child, why do you have to go to the tiger's den? Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den today, if it wasn't for Miss Wang." At this point, the old hunter realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. Wang Wanfei was also stunned and asked, "Grandpa, did you say Miss Wang?" It was also at this moment that a gust of wind suddenly blew, and an unpleasant stench came from the foot of the mountain. Oh no! The old hunter saw the strong wind and immediately woke up. He jumped down from the rock and shouted, "Child, run, the tiger is coming." Ouch! The old hunter did not expect the big tiger to come so early and follow its scent to this place. He knew better than Wang Bianfei how powerful the tigers in the mountains were. How could he not panic now? As the saying goes, when one is in a hurry, one makes a mistake. The old hunter stepped on the edge of a rock and fell to the ground. "Grandpa!" Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright and hurried over to support him. Although the old hunter was old, he was quite agile and immediately jumped up from the ground. However, when he stood on the ground, the old hunter's face was ghastly pale because he had sprained his ankle and it looked very serious. His ankle was visibly swollen. "Run!" The old hunter pushed Wang Yifei and said, "I'm here, dumb insect won't chase you." "No!" Wang Bianfei panicked at first, but now he calmed down and said seriously, "Grandpa came for me, so how can I abandon Grandpa and run away? Even if I die, I want to die in front of my grandfather." Roar! An angry tiger's roar shook the forest in the twilight. The birds were startled and flew away. The fierce wind rose again. The originally cheerful little tiger also raised its head and roared in a low voice. "Run!" The old hunter saw that the situation was very urgent, so he immediately pulled Wang Bianfei and ran down the mountain. The old hunter was running with a limp, and Wang Bianfei's legs were short, so the two of them couldn't run fast at all. When a huge tiger showed up from the hill, the two of them had only run a distance of several hundred feet. Seeing the big tiger, the little tiger, who was chasing after the two of them, turned around and ran towards the big tiger. The old hunter's face was pale. He grabbed Wang Bianfei's collar and ran even faster without caring about his injured leg. He hoped that the big tiger would see its child and stop chasing them. Unfortunately, the old hunter miscalculated. The big tiger roared and jumped down from the hill. It ran towards the little tiger and caught it with its mouth. Then it continued to chase after the two of them. "We're going to die," that was the only thought in the old hunter's mind. However, at that moment, the old hunter's eyes lit up. There was a crack in the mountain wall that was as tall as a person. He grabbed Wang Bianfei and ran towards it without hesitation. Fortunately, the crack was just big enough for one person to enter. The inside of the crack was not too shallow either. It was about 4 feet wide. After the old hunter threw Wang Bianfei in, he squeezed in with his body sideways. Just as the old hunter entered, the tiger pounced on the crack. It slammed its claws on the crack, and the sound of rocks breaking could be heard. It was as if the entire mountain wall was shaking. The old hunter had never been so close to a tiger before. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and crawled into the crack. However, before the old hunter could take more than a few steps, he hit the rock wall and Wang Bianfei. He could not take another step forward. Roar! The tiger pounced on the crack and let out a loud roar. The stench from its bloody mouth really hit them in the face. Then, the tiger stretched out its claws from the crack and tried to grab Wang Bianfei and the old hunter. The tiger's shining claws swayed in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. Different from the old hunter's panic, although Wang Bianfei's little face was also pale, his eyes were filled with surprise. He clenched his little hands tightly and stared at the angry tiger without blinking. Seeing that someone actually dared to look at it, the tiger became even angrier. It crazily attacked the crack, leaving deep marks on the hard rock wall. Fortunately, the tiger was not a demon and did not think of using its tail. Otherwise, the two of them would not have survived. Xiaohua naturally hid himself not far away. Wang Bianfei and the old hunter were not in any danger, so he did not have to do anything. He just watched quietly. The big tiger roared for a whole meal. Seeing that it had no effect, it simply lay on the ground and guarded. The little tiger was also leisurely strolling by the side. At that moment, the sky was completely dark. Inside the crack, Wang Bianfei's eyes were like stars. The tiger's madness just now was deeply imprinted in his mind. He stared at the tiger outside the crack, not daring to close his eyes, for fear that he would forget the tiger's anger. However, a child was still a child after all, especially after being frightened. In less than an hour, his eyes slowly closed. He had experienced too many things today, and only a peaceful sleep was the best place for him to go. Wang Bianfei fell asleep, but the old hunter did not dare to sleep. He exercised his ankle while paying attention to the movement outside the crevice. However, the night wind was getting colder, and it was quiet outside. He could not hear the tiger's voice at all, so the old hunter gradually fell asleep. When the sun rose and the light shone into the crack, the old hunter hurriedly opened his eyes. His feet were getting more and more swollen, and he could not touch the ground at all. However, he still leaned in front of the crack and secretly peeked outside. Roar. An angry roar, followed by another black shadow. The old hunter was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Rip! The tiger's claws tore the old hunter's lapel. The furious tiger had actually waited for an entire night. What? What should we do? The old hunter sat on the ground, worried because his stomach was growling and his mouth was dry. If the tiger did not leave and stayed here for a day or two, even if they did not starve to death, they would die of thirst. When the tiger roared, Wang Bianfei was also startled awake. He looked around and realized his situation. Looking at the old hunter's worried face, he thought for a while and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I have an idea." "You? What idea do you have?" The old hunter looked at Wang Bianfei. He did not blame Wang Bianfei, but how could he not hate him in his heart? However, Wang Bianfei said confidently, "Grandpa, please wait." As he spoke, Wang Bianfei took out a piece of straw paper and a charcoal pencil from the embroidered bag he carefully placed on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly, then waved the charcoal pencil and drew something on the straw paper. The old hunter naturally did not believe Wang Bianfei. He did not look at him, but stared at the crack with his brows tightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wang Bianfei stopped and put away the charcoal pencil. He looked at the drawing on the straw paper and was very satisfied. However, when he raised the straw paper, he looked at the rock wall again. He thought for a while and said a few words to the old hunter. "What? You're saying that I'm holding this straw paper? But you think that a tiger drawn on the straw paper can scare away a real tiger outside? Are you sure?" The old hunter heard and said in disbelief. Wang Bianfei smiled, "Grandpa, you can try. If it weren't for the fact that I'm short and can't be compared to a tiger, I would have tried it myself." The old hunter looked at the lifelike tiger on the straw paper. Although he did not believe Wang Bianfei's words, his heart was moved. After thinking for a while, the old hunter raised the tiger drawing and slowly walked behind the crack. Roar! As if it had heard the footsteps, the tiger pounced again. However, it was different this time. The tiger suddenly saw another tiger coming out from the crack. It was stunned at first and stared at the tiger drawing for a moment. Then, it growled a few times, grabbed the little tiger by the neck, curled its tail and ran away quickly. The old hunter's hands and feet were trembling. His ears were pricked up and he did not dare to breathe loudly. He waited for a full meal before he carefully jumped out. Looking at the mountain path that was already calm, he looked at the tiger drawing in his hand. He could not believe what had just happened. "Let's go, Grandpa." Wang Bianfei took the tiger drawing from the old hunter's hand and carefully put it away. He looked down the mountain and said firmly. The old hunter nodded. The old and the young cuddled together and slowly walked down the mountain. The housekeeper at the foot of the mountain was now very anxious. He waited at the foot of the mountain until the sky turned dark, but Wang Bianfei did not come down. When he returned to the Wang family to report, he was reprimanded by the young lady of the Wang family and was forced to go up the mountain to search. However, who dared to go up the mountain when the sky turned dark? He could only wait at the foot of the mountain with a few servants and wait until dawn to go up the mountain to search. Chapter 3468. Wang Bianfei wasn't surprised to see Butler Yi go up the mountain. Since Miss Wang could let the old hunter go up the mountain, she could naturally let the butler go up the mountain. However, when he thought of how Butler Yi's idea almost cost him his life, Wang Bianfei's face turned cold. The butler didn't care about Wang Bianfei's attitude. As long as Wang Bianfei didn't die, he could answer to Miss Wang. The old hunter was naturally sent home by the servants while Wang Bianfei was brought back to the Wang family by the butler. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't sleep the entire night. When she saw her son return safely, her vision turned black and she couldn't stand steadily. Wang Bianfei was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to pounce over. However, he was stopped by the butler. Wang Bianfei. The butler sneered, "Your mother is fine. She ate a lot of chicken, duck, and fish last night. Today, you came back. Originally, I wanted to send her back to the dog cage. However, since her body is weak, there's no need to send her back. Our agreement is still in place. If you're not confident, there's still half a day left." Wang Bianfei looked at his unconscious mother with heartache and interrupted the butler, "No need. Let's do it now." "Okay." The butler waved his hand and said, "Bring everything over." Woof woof. The vicious dog barked and was brought into the dog cage. A few servants brought over the desk and the portrait from before. When Wang Yifei's mother heard the dogs barking, she actually slowly woke up. At this moment, Master Wang also walked over slowly and sat on the armchair at the side. Wang Bianfei didn't walk to the desk. Instead, he took out the straw paper from his embroidered bag and walked quickly to the dog cage. The vicious dog in the dog cage saw someone coming and barked even louder. It was unknown whether it was intentional or accidental, but the vicious dog broke free from the chains. The door of the dog cage wasn't closed and the vicious dog pounced out of the dog cage towards Wang Bianfei. "Son!" Wang Bianfei's mother suddenly jumped up from the ground. She no longer cared about her fear of the vicious dog and ran towards Wang Bianfei, wanting to block in front of Wang Bianfei. Looking back at Wang Bianfei, he was calm and collected. Seeing the vicious dog pouncing towards him, he suddenly raised the piece of paper. With a shake of his hand, the picture of a roaring tiger opened. "Oh whoa!" The grass paper fluttered in the wind. Although the tiger on the paper was silent, its demeanor was clear, as if it was about to break free from the paper. When the vicious dog saw it, it was so scared that it crawled on the ground and howled. For a moment, it even peed and defecated. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Bianfei's mother, but even the housekeeper and old Master Wang were stunned. Father. A clear and melodious voice sounded from behind the crowd. Please let Wang Bianfei go. I was born with a short life, and my face is slightly blemished. Even if Wang Bianfei painted me as a fairy, wouldn't people ignore me when they see me? If he doesn't mind his daughter's flaws, so what if Wang Bianfei paints his daughter's true face? Alas, my daughter. You don't understand. Lord Wang sighed and said, the first sight is the most important. If the son of the deputy county magistrate saw your true face at first sight, he would definitely not take a second look. But if he didn't see it, he would naturally have a good impression. Even if he saw it again, he might not care. But Miss Wang hesitated and didn't know how to continue. At this moment, Wang Bianfei bit her lips, looked at Miss Wang and whispered a few words. Oh. Miss Wang was stunned and immediately understood. She sighed and said, perhaps, this is the only way. As she spoke, Miss Wang walked to the door of the backyard. She raised her hand and a round fan was raised, covering her left cheek. The morning light was bright and beautiful, and the red plum blossoms were in full bloom. Outside the moon, there was a girl holding a round fan. Her beautiful face was half exposed, and it was really moving. Good, good, good. Seeing Wang Bianfei's painting of a beauty, old Master Wang clapped his hands excitedly. He took out a large ingot of gold and threw it into Wang Bianfei's hand. He shouted, this is my real daughter. Wang Bianfei, if you had done this earlier, why would you do this? Wang Bianfei lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. She reached out to receive the golden words and raised her head again, it's all this little one's fault. I don't know the ways of the world and have caused trouble for old master. Go, go. Old Master Wang was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, if this marriage is successful, I'll invite you to drink wine. Yes, this little one knows. Many thanks for old master's generous gift. Wang Bianfei finished speaking and turned around to support his mother and left the Wang family. When they returned home, Wang Bianfei respectfully helped his mother to sit on a chair. He then knelt down on the ground with a plopped sound and kowtowed. Tears flowed down his face as he sobbed, this boy is unfilial. I've let mother suffer. Son. Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her sweetheart. She didn't know what to say. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She touched Wang Bianfei's head and said after a long time, get up. Yes, mother. Wang Bianfei obediently got up and stood beside his mother. Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her son who was half a head taller than her. Her eyes were filled with kindness. She smiled and said, mother didn't suffer. You don't have to worry. You can paint according to your own wishes and not be moved by old Master Wang's threats. Mother also won't say anything. Even if you know how to be flexible in the end and use the spring and autumn art to fulfill young Miss Wang's wish, you can also escape. Mother also won't say anything. As for mother being pulled into the dog cage, don't even think about it. Mother is the child's sky. Even if you want mother to die immediately, mother is willing. Mother. Wang Bianfei's face was really red. He really regretted that his persistence put his mother in danger. As she spoke, Wang Yifei's mother's smile immediately vanished and changed into a serious expression. She reprimanded, what mother wants to punish you today is that you actually lied to mother and went up the mountain to look for a tiger without permission. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly knelt down again and extended his hand. He lowered his head and said, boy knows his wrongs. Boy is willing to accept punishment. And, come over here and receive your punishment in front of your father. Wang Bianfei's mother got up. Her tone was a bit sad. She turned around and went to the inner room. Wang Bianfei's face slightly changed. His small teeth bit his lips until they turned white. He knew that if he didn't make Mother sad, Mother definitely wouldn't let him be punished in front of Father's portrait. On the wall of the inner room, there was a portrait. The middle-aged man in the portrait was very similar to Wang Bianfei. It was Wang Bianfei's father who died early in his prime. Wang Bianfei obediently knelt in front of Father's portrait and extended his two small hands. Wang Bianfei's mother picked up a ferrule from the offering table. She slightly bit her lips and raised the ferrule up high. With a "pa" sound, it hit Wang Bianfei's small palm. Hiss. Wang Bianfei took a cold breath and didn't cry out in pain. Even so, how could Wang Bianfei's mother not hear it? The corner of her mouth slightly twitched and her hand unconsciously trembled. However, she gritted her teeth and raised it again. With a "pa" sound, the ferrule came down again. Wang Bianfei's arm involuntarily trembled again. However, when Wang Bianfei's mother raised the ferrule again, her gaze fell on Wang Bianfei's hand. On his palm, there were two dark red marks from the ruler. There were a few bloody scratches from the mountain rocks. Now, with a hit, they split open again and blood flowed out. These blood stained the rough calluses on his fingers red. Son. Seeing this scene, how could Wang Bianfei's mother still hit him? She couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching cry and threw the ferrule to the ground. She hugged Wang Bianfei's small head and cried out loud. Seeing his mother's loss of self-control, Wang Bianfei instead calmed down. He leaned into his mother's embrace and said word by word, "Mother, don't feel sorry for this boy. Boy made a mistake and should be punished. It's this boy who is unfilial and made Mother sad." However, the more Wang Bianfei spoke like this, the more Wang Bianfei's mother's heart ached. She cried for an entire meal's worth of time before stopping. Xiao Hua, who was invisibly standing outside the room, felt his heart ache when he heard this. He used his hand to touch his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. After Wang Yifei's mother finished crying, she remembered that Wang Yifei had not eaten a drop of rice or drank a drop of water for half a day and a night. She hurriedly took her son out of the room and prepared food for him. Although the food was simple and crude, Wang Yifei sat by his mother's side and ate very happily. Wang Bianfei's mother then took out Wang Bianfei's clothes from the basket at the side and began to sew. Son, looking at Wang Bianfei eating in big mouthfuls, Wang Bianfei's mother said as usual, "You also saw it. It's not easy for us orphans and widows to live in this world. You have to properly learn painting and become the best great painter in Pingxi City like your father. Only then can you stand out among your peers, only then can you." Speaking to this point, Wang Bianfei didn't raise his head like before and obediently agreed. Instead, he lowered his head and only ate, not replying. Wang Bianfei's mother glanced at her son and didn't pay him any attention. She only thought that her child was starving and continued, "There's Mother to take care of the family. You don't have to care too much. You can only properly learn painting. When your father was still alive, he told Mother that your talent far surpassed yours. You can definitely become the most famous great painter in Pingxi City, even, Mother." Wang Bianfei, who had been burying his head in eating, suddenly raised his head. He looked at his mother and said word by word, "Boy, doesn't want to learn painting anymore." What? Wang Bianfei's mother was stunned. The sewing needle suddenly pierced her finger and a bean-sized drop of blood instantly flowed out of her finger. However, she didn't seem to see it as she stared at Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei saw that his mother's gaze was so sharp. His eyes unconsciously flickered and he wanted to lower his head. "You." Wang Bianfei's mother was about to get angry. However, she took a deep breath and placed her bleeding finger in her mouth to suck it. She suppressed her emotions and said indifferently, "Why don't you want to learn painting?" "Mother." Wang Bianfei was a little scared. However, looking at the broken porcelain bowl in front of him, he bit his lips and said, "Boy said it." Mother, don't be angry. Chapter 3469. Say it. You're all grown up. Mother can't possibly worry about everything for you. Wang Yifei's mother nodded and asked, moreover, Mother doesn't know how to paint. If you have any thoughts, you can say them. Mother will listen first. Could it be that you don't like to paint anymore? Mother. Wang Yifei said as he pushed the bowl to one side. He stood up and said, Boy naturally likes to paint. However, after yesterday's incident at old Master Wang's house, Boy feels that painting alone is of no use. Even if Boy becomes a great painter in Pingxi City, like father, won't he still be unable to control his own fate? Speaking till here, Wang Yifei stole a glance at the inner room. Although his mother had never told him how his father passed away, he more or less knew some of the things that happened in the past from the villagers. His father was probably as straightforward as him, and because of some things he had offended the influential people, right? Wang Yifei's mother was silent. How could she not know these things? But what could she do? Wang Yifei didn't know what his mother was thinking. He hurriedly explained, Mother, perhaps you still don't know the details. After waiting for Wang Bianfei to clearly explain the cause of the matter, he then said, Mother, take a look. Facing a rich man from a village, this child only slightly resisted, and they took Mother away and threw Mother into a dog cage. How can they treat a person's life as their own? In the end, even if the boy risked his life and won the bet, the boy still had no choice but to give in. If the boy didn't give in, even if they didn't say anything about today's matter, it would be inevitable that they would make things difficult for us in the future. We are fish on the chopping block. Also, yesterday's matter, if it wasn't for the kind Miss Wang, not only would the matter of the painting not be left at that, even the boy's life would be in danger. It doesn't feel good to have my life in the hands of others. Wang Bianfei said very seriously, from this matter, the boy has already seen that even if the boy becomes the best painter in Pingxi City, even if the boy becomes the most famous painter in the entire Buddhist kingdom, he will still be someone else's plaything. Whatever the others ask the boy to draw, the boy has to draw. Whatever the others don't ask the boy to draw, the boy can't draw. What's the point of having such a great painter? Just like today, when the boy drew well, the Wang family rewarded him with an ingot of gold and praised him, saying that the boy was talented and was a useful person. In the future, others would give him more gold and praise. Even if they said that the boy was the best painter in history, what was the use? Fate is not in one's own hands. In the end, it is all for naught. Son. Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat stunned. She really couldn't think of a 10-year-old child who could think so much. Who told you all this? Wang Bianfei hesitated for a moment and said, less than half of it was the little monk who told me. Most of it was the boy himself. Little monk. Wang Bianfei's mother's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly asked, then, if you don't want to learn painting, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to become a monk. Mother, in this world, other than monks who have great magical powers, there are many people like monks. Wang Bianfei smiled. He knew that his mother was worried that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be able to get married, thus cutting off the Wang family's bloodline. Wang Bianfei's mother was puzzled and asked, in this world, other than the masters in the temples, what is better than being a great painter? Cultivator. Wang Bianfei said without hesitation, Mother, in this world, there is a kind of person called cultivator. Monks seem to be a kind of cultivator. Other than monks, there are also scholars and Taoists. Scholar mother has heard of them. Wang Bianfei's mother frowned, but Taoist mother has never heard of them. But mother knows that scholars are all people without the strength to truss up a chicken. Boy also doesn't know. Wang Bianfei smiled bitterly. These were all told by the little monk to the boy. Son, these are all indiscernible things. Then, Then you, what are you going to do now? Wang Bianfei's mother wasn't moved. She still talked about the reality in front of Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei's gaze was firm as he replied, since there are cultivators in this world, then the boy will definitely be able to find them. Wang Bianfei's mother smiled and said, that's good. Mother will pack up. Let's go find them together. Mother. Wang Bianfei immediately woke up. There were only 2 people in this family. If he left, what would his mother do? Not to mention how he would survive if he left the mountain village. If his mother was alone at home, how would she live without her son? Alas, an ideal is always an ideal. In front of reality, there is always an illusory side. A village child who is not even 10 years old wants to leave the home of an orphan and a widow to cultivate. This is simply dreaming. When he heard up to here, Xiaohua came to a sudden understanding. He finally understood why that senior from the Buddhist sect had led him here. However, he was still somewhat puzzled. Since that senior is a master from the Tantric sect, he had already attained the Buddha fruit 10,000 years ago. Then, enlightening Wang Bianfei and leading him into the Buddhist sect was simply a piece of cake. Even if Wang Bianfei reckoned that for the sake of the Wang family, he would have to marry and have children in the future. After all, the Tantric sect didn't care about this. Why did they want him to come here? Thinking like this, Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. This was because he had already realized that the senior from the Buddhist sect must have already known that he possessed the Taoist sect's techniques. That senior from the Buddhist sect respected Wang Bianfei's choice and hoped that Xiaohua would pass on the Taoist sect's mantle to Wang Bianfei. Since Xiaohua had witnessed this matter from beginning to end, he also liked the exceptionally intelligent Wang Bianfei. His filial piety towards his mother especially moved his heart. Of course, Xiaohua also seemed to see a familiar shadow on Wang Bianfei. On this continent, or perhaps on other continents, in a village called the Guozhuang House, 100 years ago, or perhaps even longer ago, an ignorant child was like him. He saw the hardships of life from oppression, thought of resistance, and thought of his own future. Just based on this feeling of the future, Xiaohua was also willing to lend a hand. Thinking here, Xiaohua slowly flew into the house. His figure appeared out of thin air, and he said with a smile, "Boundless Taoist Master, I greet you." "Ah. You, who are you?" Wang Bianfei's mother was very surprised. She pulled Wang Bianfei behind her and protected Wang Bianfei with both hands as she said anxiously. Looking at Wang Bianfei who was protected by his mother, there was no surprise on his face. His pair of curious eyes looked up and down at Xiaohua. Without waiting for his mother to speak, he laughed softly. "Mother, don't be afraid. This is just a ghost, a wild ghost can't hurt mother." Finished speaking, Wang Bianfei actually waved his hand disdainfully and said, "You go back first. Tell the little monk that I'm afraid I don't have time to play chess with him today. Let him think of a few moves, don't let me kill him all of a sudden." "Hee hee." Xiaohua laughed and extended his hand. Wang Bianfei's figure involuntarily flew out from behind his mother and landed in midair. Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't move her body at all. At this time, Wang Bianfei was stupefied. He looked at himself in disbelief, then looked at Xiaohua and said in shock, You're not a ghost." "I naturally am not." Xiaohua still had a smile on his face. "I. Dao. I'm master." Wang Bianfei's mother was very anxious. She had already forgotten the word Daoist that Wang Bianfei had just said. She shouted, "If you have anything to say, you can tell this servant. As long as this servant can agree, I will agree. You must not hurt my son. Boundless Taoist Master." Xiaohua chanted a Daoist name and waved his hand. Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and Wang Bianfei's mother could also move freely. "Daoist Master. Strange, how can you touch me?" Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and didn't panic. His eyes were like stars as he looked at Xiaohua strangely. Right, why are you looking for me? Seeing that Wang Bianfei was actually disrespectful to Xiaohua, Wang Bianfei's mother was extremely scared. She hurriedly smiled and said, Daoist master, please don't mind him. My son is still young, please don't lower yourself to his level. No matter. Xiaohua said with a smile, I's name is Xiaohua, Daoist name is Daoist Master Xiao. Yesterday, when I passed by here, I just happened to witness Wang Bianfei painting a tiger. Last night, when that hungry tiger was roaring in the mountain ridge, I was also at the side. I extremely admire Wang Bianfei's aptitude and filial piety. Just now, I heard that Wang Bianfei had the heart to pursue the Tao, so I showed myself. Ah! Wang Bianfei's mother was dumbfounded. She looked at Xiaohua up and down and said in a low voice, Little monk, you don't have a fever, right? Wang Bianfei even laughed out loud. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, Daoist Master Xiao, did you team up with this little monk to brush me off? You're really funny. You even passed by here, and you can actually look at me from the side. Why didn't I see you? Hee. Xiaohua naturally knew that someone as intelligent as Wang Bianfei wouldn't casually believe him. He said with a smile, You've never cultivated before, so how can you see I? Come, don't be afraid. I'll let you see I's methods. After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and sucked in the two people. His figure turned into the wind and flew towards the sky outside the house. How was it? Standing in the air, Xiaohua asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei supported his mother and stood in the air. His eyes were shining as he curiously looked at everything that had shrunk below his feet. Wang Bianfei's mother's face was pale. Her hands tightly held onto her son's hand, not knowing how to answer. Go. Xiaohua once again used the wind escape technique. He suddenly rose another 100 feet and asked again, How was it? Wang Bianfei bit his lips and looked at his mother who had already closed her eyes. He said, Daoist master, can you go any higher? What's so difficult about that? Xiaohua laughed loudly. He brought the two of them to the edge of the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning before stopping. Chapter 3470. Looking at the endless thunder, fire, and wind, Wang Bianfei's face flushed with excitement. He shouted, Fun! The little monk has never brought me here before. You're so awesome. Ah! Xiaohua sweated. This is called fun. Son, hurry back. When has Wang Bianfei's mother ever experienced this kind of situation? Her bones were already weak and her muscles were already numb. She shouted weakly. But the strange thing is, she wasn't talking to Xiaohua, but to Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei hurriedly replied, Yes, mother, let's go back now. Saying this, Wang Bianfei was about to fly down. Looking at Wang Bianfei's appearance, Xiaohua smiled and watched with folded arms. Why can't I go back? Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Nonsense, if I don't bring you down, how can you go down? Xiaohua scolded. But Wang Bianfei opened his mouth, as if he suddenly understood something. He asked curiously, Could it be? I'm not dreaming. Son, hurry back. Hurry back. Wang Bianfei's mother urged again. Wang Bianfei said respectfully to Xiaohua, Daoist priest, this lowly one already knows Daoist priest's divine ability, please send this lowly one back. Okay, look at the changes in the surroundings, can you comprehend something? Xiaohua's heart moved. He thought of some of his comprehension from a long time ago. He nodded and said, Even if there isn't, you can see if you're dreaming or not. Yes, this lowly one understands. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he looked around. The earth came closer from afar, the village grew bigger from small. When Wang Bianfei returned to his house, his face was still filled with confusion. He still didn't dare to believe whether he was dreaming or not. Wang Bianfei's mother also sat there blankly, looking like she didn't dare to believe. Wang Bianfei, I heard what you said outside the house earlier. What you said was very good, your own fate must be controlled by your own hands. Xiao Hua said indifferently, even if you don't have the ability to control it now, you must have an unyielding heart. How big the heart is, how big the world is. I was born in the Tao sect and was similar to you from a young age. We were both born in a small village. I may not be able to move mountains and create seas, but I am still capable of causing storms and clouds. Are you willing to be my disciple in name? Taoist priest. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to speak, his mother cried out, please don't take my son away, he's still young, don't worry, sister-in-law. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I won't take him away for the time being, and I won't forbid him from getting married in the future either. If he is willing to enter I's tutelage, I will only temporarily pass on the mnemonic chant and cultivation method to him, and wait until he cultivates to a certain level in the future. By then, not only will sister-in-law live a long life, even your son will be able to marry a celestial immortal for you. Really? Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't believe it. Out. Xiao Hua almost said, monks don't lie. When Wang Bianfei heard that he could prolong his mother's lifespan, his eyes lit up. He nodded his head firmly and said, since Taoist priest says so, then I am willing to be your disciple. It's just, what is a disciple in name? A disciple in name is to first remember your name, and wait until you have succeeded in your cultivation, only then can I truly accept you as my disciple. Xiao Hua explained, if your cultivation isn't good, I won't accept you as my disciple. Then, how many disciples does Taoist priest have? This. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, I currently have a few disciples in name like you, but I don't have any true disciples. Then, what are the rules for becoming Taoist priest's disciple? Wang Bianfei looked somewhat disappointed and asked again. Xiao Hua slightly scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, for the time being, there are no rules. Since you are just a disciple in name, I will first give you some cultivation method to cultivate. I can't stay here for long, so I will first pass on some cultivation method to you and give you some pointers. Everything can wait until later. Can't stay for long. Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Hua's words, but he didn't dare to ask more, and very cleverly claimed to be a disciple and asked, then, can disciples still paint? Why can't you? Xiao Hua said with a smile, actually, Master also knows Confucian cultivation methods. In the future, if you are willing, you can also cultivate. According to Master's knowledge, the 6 arts of Confucian cultivation are etiquette, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and mathematics. Calligraphy includes painting. Disciple Wang Bianfei pays respect to Master. Wang Bianfei no longer dared to neglect, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. On the side, Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Wang Bianfei to be so decisive, and suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. Xiao Hua raised his hand and helped Wang Bianfei up, and said with a smile, since you have entered my sect, you are my disciple. With me here, I will definitely not let you be bullied. Saying this, Xiao Hua smiled at Wang Bianfei's mother and said, Sister-in-law, I will borrow your child for 3 days, after 3 days, I will bring him back. These are some of my Taoist priest's spiritual dates, taste them first. Remember, you have to eat them bit by bit, don't swallow them all in one bite. Taoist priest. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to still want to say something, but Xiao Hua had already turned into a cool breeze and fled far away. Only a few dates that looked dazzling with golden light were left on the table. When Wang Bianfei opened his eyes, he was on the mountain ridge beside the mountain village. From the top of the mountain, he could still see his family's house. Seeing that he was not far from home, Wang Bianfei's heart felt a bit more at ease, and said with a smile, "Master, you are very good to disciple, wanting to quickly teach disciple divine abilities. Disciple is very grateful. But next time, can you properly talk to mother first? If his disciple is on the mountain, he won't be too worried in his heart." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded, opened his mouth and said a few words, then turned his head and said with a smile, "Master has already told your mother." "Hee, thank you, Master." Wang Bianfei was very happy. Master is much better than that little monk. That little monk only knows how to play chess with disciple. Sure. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped. That is a senior of the Buddhist sect, don't treat him lightly. Senior. Him. Wang Bianfei almost laughed out, playing chess every day, he still has to play chess, what's senior? Forget it, let's not talk about others. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Master's time is limited, I have to leave this place soon, how about I teach you a simple cultivation technique first?" "Master can leave this place?" Wang Bianfei asked very inexplicably. Xiaohua looked up and down, also puzzled, "Why can't I leave? What do you mean by that?" However, Xiaohua did not take Wang Bianfei's words seriously. How could a country child know the divine abilities of a nascent soul master? Immediately, Xiaohua took out a Dao sect entry cultivation technique and taught it to Wang Bianfei. What made Xiaohua surprised was that this Wang Bianfei was smarter than Lu Yi. After only listening to it a few times, he already understood it, and after asking a few difficult questions, he could already practice. Damn it! This aptitude, isn't it too monstrous? Xiaohua was really speechless. He originally wanted to use 3 days to teach. Who knew that it would be finished in just half an hour? How could he not be depressed? Disciple, you practice, see if you can detect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiaohua weakly instructed. Wang Bianfei was very surprised. He smiled and said, "Master, you didn't make a mistake, right? How can there be spiritual energy of heaven and earth here?" "I told you to try, just try," Xiaohua said unhappily. Of course, Wang Bianfei did not understand, he could only do as he was told, but after a full 2 hours, he replied with a crying face, "Master, disciple can't sense it." Xiaohua slightly nodded, he thought for a moment and said, "Disciple, close your eyes, if there is any abnormal movement, don't use your eyes to resist, let Master take a look for you." Finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand, that white bone soul bridge appeared in his hand. Wang Bianfei looked at this bone ball carved out of white bone very strangely, he obediently closed his eyes. Xiaohua waved his hand, the soul bridge floated in the air, then the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows flashed with a dark green brilliance, but just as this dark green seal text appeared, with the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows as the center point, strands of space cracks covered the entire space faster than lightning. Whether it was Wang Bianfei, the mountain peak, or even the entire Pure Land world turned into fragments in these cracks. What's going on? Seeing these countless fragments disappear along with countless memories, Xiaohua was dumbfounded, and then Xiaohua's eyes became dizzy, but before he could wake up from the dizziness, a fragrance came from his mouth, a very natural reaction, a very familiar feeling. Xiaohua did not even need to open his eyes, he whispered in his heart, "Red Dawn." However, when Xiaohua called out Fairy Hongxia's name in his heart, he immediately woke up. He was in the Pure Land world, it was 8 poles away from the Dawn Rain continent. Even if Fairy Hongxia's cultivation was 10 times stronger, she would not be able to chase him here. Then, other than Fairy Hongxia, who else could be beside Xiaohua? Xiaohua opened his eyes as if he was in a dream. In front of him was Xian's flushed face. Moreover, on those thin eyelids, faint red lines were clearly visible. Without waiting for Xiaohua to think about what happened, he suddenly came here from the small mountain village in the Pure Land world. the slightly trembling eyelids in front of him suddenly opened. In those close eyes, first there was a kind of sweetness, then there was astonishment, and after a few breaths, it turned into shyness and anger. In the end, all the eyes turned into a mass of golden light. Then, Axian urged her body to escape from Xiao Hua's embrace, but at this moment, the two of them finally saw their situation. Xiao Hua and Axian were intimately hugging each other, face to face. Xiao Hua's forehead was against Axian's forehead, Axian's eyes were against Xiao Hua's eyes. Even if the two of them tried their best to tilt their heads back, they were still tightly huddled together. Chapter 34-71. Their auras had never been so close before. Xiao Hua slightly tilted his head, trying his best to avoid looking at Axian's face. He hurriedly asked, Axian, what's going on? Little monk, Axian's tone was extremely cold. She also tilted her head, as if she hated Xiao Hua very much. Can't you see for yourself? How would I know what happened? While speaking, Axian also looked up and down. See. Looking around, Xiao Hua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a space of nothingness. The entire space seemed to be boundless. In this space, there were two kinds of colors. One was the part where Xiao Hua and Axian were. It was completely pitch black. The endless black gas mixed with the black flame was surging violently like the sea. The other was pure blue. It was above Xiao Hua's head. This pure blue was not the sky blue of the space outside, but a kind of crystal clear blue of water. Moreover, this blue water was different from the black gas. It took the shape of a jade and flowed above the entire space like a fountain. Not only did it cover the entire sky above the black gas, even the boundless distance was filled with a kind of blue water. As for Xiao Hua and Axian, they were at the intersection of this water blue and pitch black. After Xiao Hua finished looking around, he hurriedly lowered his head. He saw that his entire body was bound by strands of black gas. This black gas was mixed with black flames. Wasn't this the demonic gas he was extremely familiar with? Damn it, how can there be demonic gas? Xiao Hua was puzzled. What is this place? Didn't you already take your father's flying sword and leave? Why did you suddenly appear here? Oh, that's not right, you called me little monk. Suddenly, Xiao Hua distinguished from the appellation. How could Axian, who had just escaped, still call him little monk? Even if she didn't call him Xiao Lang, young master was already catchy. Your father just turned into a flying sword. Axian angrily said, you're a Buddhist disciple, don't tell me you don't even know about illusion arrays. Illusion array. Xiao Hua was stupefied, completely stupefied. He knew about illusion arrays, but he didn't think that illusion arrays could actually become real. Everything that had happened to him seemed to be vivid in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be real. Axian didn't say anything. Everything that happened in the profound water palace might have been his own wishful thinking, but what about the little monk, Wang Bianfei, and everything that happened to Wang Bianfei? Could it be that everything was what he was thinking? Axian gazed at Xiao Hua, who was hugging her tightly, and she said furiously, we fell into an illusion formation as soon as we entered the dark water palace. If my guess is correct, then this is an illusory formation created by the demon Qi. Everything that has happened since we entered the profound water palace is an illusory formation. Xiao Hua frowned slightly, and asked curiously, how can you be so sure? Why don't you say that this is the illusory array? Or perhaps, you and I haven't escaped from the illusion array yet. When Axian heard this, she didn't refute and said, that's right. I can't deny that what we're seeing right now is also an illusion. Then what should we do? Xiaohua was hugging Axian with both hands. He couldn't pinch his thigh even if he wanted to. He even felt that even if this was an illusion array, pinching his thigh would definitely hurt because this wasn't a dream. However, he could vaguely confirm that everything in front of him was probably real because the injuries to his internal organs had appeared again. Let's break free first. Axian said helplessly, don't tell me you want to hug me for the rest of your life. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about the Axian and the illusion, he originally wanted to say something glib, but when he saw the disdain at the corner of Axian's mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. He smiled bitterly and said, do you think this little monk doesn't want to? This little monk has already tried just now. This demon chi is extremely powerful. Every strand has the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although this little monk has some strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to break free. Moreover, this demon chi seems to be restricting this little monk's telekinesis. This little monk wants to use the golden body technique, but this little monk is afraid of hurting benefactor. In fact, there were some things that Xiaohua didn't say. His divine sense couldn't leave his body, his true essence couldn't be activated, and he couldn't even send his primordial spirit into his nascent soul. Xiaohua certainly had other divine abilities, but he didn't try them one by one. Buddhism has always been the nemesis of demons. But in this place, Buddhism's cultivation is completely restrained by demon chi. Serves you right. Axian coldly snorted, compared to my Confucian cultivation, you're really lacking. As she spoke, Axian waved her hand and took out the golden hairpin from her hair. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden chi on it. Benefactor, isn't your imperial equipment only able to be used 3 times? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded her. Axian rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently, if this little one doesn't use it, could it be that you have a way? Besides, this little one didn't completely activate this item, so it can't be considered the last time. Okay. Xiaohua was reprimanded by Axian. His mouth and nose were itching from Axian's hair, so he couldn't get angry anymore. He then looked at Axian, who saw the golden hairpin flickering with brilliance, and hurriedly slapped the golden hairpin on her head. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and a golden light soared into the sky, like thousands of golden swords stabbing into the void. Whoa! An extremely loud rumbling sound rang out, and a boundless amount of righteous chi bombarded down from the void. Not only did it crash into the demonic chi binding Xiaohua and Axian, it also knocked down the demonic chi several zhang around them. That righteous chi really was the nemesis of demon chi. In an instant, the demon chi completely melted away, and the blue water jade necklace above Xiaohua and Axian's heads pressed down. Let's go. Seeing the demon chi around him greatly reduced, Xiaohua stretched his arms and tore apart the remaining demon chi. Xiaohua didn't have time to remove his arms from Axian's back, so he grabbed Axian's slender waist and soared into the sky. Let go. Axian's face was cold. It's not like I can't fly. I don't need you to carry me. You're a little monk of the Buddhist sect, remember your identity. Xiaohua was quite embarrassed, and hurriedly withdrew his hands, and said with a smile, this little monk was rude, female benefactor, please don't blame me. Axian coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. The golden hairpin above her head turned into a ball of golden light, protecting her. Axian's eyes slightly narrowed, and the golden light in her eyes flourished, looking around. After escaping from the demon chi, Xiaohua's divine sense returned to normal. Moreover, in this space, divine sense and Buddhist sense were not restricted, so Xiaohua released his divine sense as well. The space seemed to be as boundless as it could be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, but didn't find the boundary. When his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black demon chi, it was immediately swallowed, and when it came into contact with the blue water jade necklace, it was immediately bounced back. In the end, after searching for a while, Xiaohua didn't find anything. When he looked at Axian again, the golden pupils in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her face revealed disappointment. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, "Female benefactor, the person you're looking for isn't here?" "And that person isn't here." Axian slightly nodded. "Seems like this time I came in vain." "It's not a wasted trip." Xiaohua indifferently said, "At least we know that in this ancient array, there is an immortal artifact, and this immortal artifact is suppressing a demon artifact." At this point, Xiaohua asked again, "But this immortal artifact, this little monk feels that it doesn't live up to its name, why doesn't it have the aura of an immortal artifact?" "Oh. What kind of aura does the immortal artifact in little monk's eyes have?" Axian asked with interest. Xiaohua naturally told her about the situation in the Kunlun mirror that he encountered in the illusion. "Ha, little monk." Axian laughed, "In the eyes of ordinary people, you're an immortal. Don't tell me that you usually release your aura when you have nothing to do. You bully ordinary people for no reason." Perhaps Xiaohua somewhat understood Axian's meaning, but this is an immortal artifact, something that shouldn't exist in the ultimate land of bliss. Axian looked at the blue water above her head, and then looked at the pitch black under her feet. As if taking advantage of this time to rest, she suppressed her temper and explained, "Since it's not something from the ultimate land of bliss, when it comes to the ultimate land of bliss, it will be suppressed by the ultimate land of bliss. Not to mention an immortal artifact, even if an immortal came, it would also be the same. This immortal artifact has not been activated, so it should be similar to an ordinary imperial artifact. Also, didn't you see? This immortal artifact has been suppressing a demon artifact for who knows how many years. Although the immortal artifact has the ancient array to provide vitality, it must be consumed. Now, whether it's an immortal artifact or a demon artifact, I'm afraid that it has reached the point of exhaustion. At this point, does female benefactor know what this immortal artifact is?" Xiaohua reminded, "Especially, does female benefactor know how to get out of here? If this one knew, would this one still stand here and talk nonsense with you?" Axian said with a bitter smile, "If we get out, even watching the sunset on the banks of the Sage River would be more interesting than here, right?" Xiaohua's face was bitter. He raised his head to look at the blue jade, then lowered his head to look at the vast demon chi. He sighed and said, Then what should we do?" Rumble. Right at this moment, in a place high up in the sky, where Xiaohua's gaze and divine sense could not reach, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came. Following that rumbling sound, the jade above the two people's heads rapidly shrank. At the same time, the demon chi under their feet rose like a rising tide. Speaking of Gu Zhen, his figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes were filled with brilliance, and he unconsciously closed them. When he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Because in front of him was a blue space. In this space, there were tens of thousands of jade, one set on another, one connected to another. The entire jade seemed to be one, but if one looked carefully, each strand of blue was a jade. Gu Zhen released his Buddhist sense. With his Buddhist sense in the Lotus realm, he could not see the true appearance of the jade. Even when his Buddhist sense reached its limit, he could not see the end of this space. Moreover, when he turned back to look at the arch bridge he came from, there was already no trace of it. He was just standing in the void. Chapter 3472. Gu Zhen thought for a bit and then took out a jade bead from his robe. The jade bead was like a drop of water and had the same color as the jade. Gu Zhen opened his mouth and sucked the bead into his mouth. Then, he reached into his Qianquan pouch and took out a shining golden staff. This staff was different from Xiao Hua's 9-dragon staff. It was as thick as a bowl and very smooth. There was no dragon shape at all. At the top of the staff, there was a bump the size of a cucumber. It was very similar to the demon-subduing pestle. Amitabha. Guzhen chanted the name of Buddha and Buddha light flashed around him. The golden Buddha statue appeared again. As the Buddha light flowed around Guzhen's skin like dragons and snakes, the golden Buddha statue grew to over 300 feet tall. Guzhen was overjoyed. He knew that he had recovered with the help of the heavenly dragon. He chanted the scripture he got from the jade bead. He threw the staff in his hand and began to form seals. Guzhen's hands were very clumsy. The light of Buddha was like mercury, orderly but difficult to condense into the mudra that Guzhen formed. Guzhen had long been a bodhisattva. He did not know how many mudras he had made in his life, but he had never felt that it was as difficult as it was today. Every time he moved, the light of Buddha flowed. Every inch of the light of Buddha flowed, he felt that something was being extracted from him. Was it karma, merit, or something else? Guzhen did not know. He only knew that when the Buddhist seal was formed, a feeling of being able to destroy the world rose from the bottom of his heart. A desire to roam freely filled his mind. Go. Guzhen flipped his hand and the Buddhist seal turned into a mantra condensed from Buddhist light and landed on the staff. The staff let out a rumbling sound and at the same time, it shone brightly. Roar. An extremely loud dragon roar came from the staff. The staff rapidly expanded and turned into 1,000 feet long heavenly dragon. It danced in the air for a moment before landing in Guzhen's hand. The heavenly dragon's aura suddenly appeared. Guzhen was very proud. He raised the dragon with his hand and smashed it towards the thousands of blue pearls in front of him. When the Buddhist light was produced, the countless jade talismans had already rushed towards Guzhen. At this time, the heavenly dragon dance attacked. It was like a huge wave splashing into the sky. The jade talismans danced in the air like clouds and dandelions. Let's go. Guzhen waved his hand when he saw Luo soaring into the sky. The sky dragon transformed from his monk staff left his hand and plunged into the space where Luo splashed. Guzhen jumped on the dragon's body and rushed into the bottom of the blue water like an arhat subduing dragons and tigers. After 10 minutes, the jade beads became even denser and an indescribable pressure came from the heavenly dragon. Guzhen narrowed his eyes and knew the beads were close. Amitabha. Guzhen let out a roar and jumped up from the heavenly dragon. Then he formed a seal and hit the heavenly dragon. The Buddha light around the heavenly dragon shone brightly and it let out a roar before charging down. Guzhen's Buddha light disappeared and he stopped in the air. He put his palms together and quietly looked into the distance. Guzhen's eyes stared straight ahead. He did not pay attention to his golden body. However, under the dimming of the Buddha's light, strange blood streaks could be vaguely seen. The blood streaks were as thin as a spider web and were almost invisible. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions rocked the entire space around the Luo. Guzhen's eyes gradually reddened as the dandelion-like Luo unfurled its wings in front of him. It flew high into the sky in a bid to outdo one another, revealing a ball of dim blue radiance. Is this the immortal treasure Axian spoke of? Guzhen frowned and urged the cloud under his feet to charge forward. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Guzhen looked at Guzhen from afar. When they got closer, Guzhen could see clearly that there was a triangular flag inside the light. The flag was aqua blue, with 5 jade talismans embroidered on it. Between the talismans were faint ripples of water. A few ferocious dragons were embroidered on the edge of the flag. However, the dragons were swaying slightly, and there was no fluctuation of elemental energy. The entire small flag emitted a blue light. Every time the light flashed, many jade talismans would appear and slowly float in the air. Above the blue light, strange runes flowed. These runes were gold and silver in color. They were shaped like tadpoles and inscriptions. When Guzhen saw the immortal treasure clearly, he immediately flipped his tongue and swallowed the jade beads hidden at the bottom of his tongue. He glanced at the jade beads that had just exploded and saw the clouds that were beginning to condense. Guzhen understood that the Heavenly Dragon Staff's explosion was only because it borrowed the Heavenly Dragon's Buddha power to temporarily imprison the flag. It wouldn't be long before his seemingly unbreakable restriction would be broken by the flag. He had to take advantage of this extremely short window of time to control the flag. However, when he thought about controlling the immortal treasure, Guzhen felt uneasy. But when he saw the unmoving flag in the aqua-blue light, he couldn't help but feel a desire. A desire to control the world. Smack. The more Guzhen thought about it, the more excited he became. He reached out his huge palm and slapped it on the top of his head. Poof! With a clear sound, the Buddha light above Guzhen's head shone brightly. A heavenly king walked out from the top of Guzhen's head with a 9th-rank golden lotus. When the heavenly king entered the space, countless heavenly maidens danced in the air, countless heavenly flowers fell, and countless heavenly dragons appeared amidst thousands of Sanskrit chants. Seeing this, Guzhen was wild with joy. The jade beads clearly said that with this Buddhist secret technique, he could see the vision of him attaining Buddhahood. In other words, this heavenly king must be his Buddha body after he attains Buddhahood. The heavenly maidens coming to congratulate him was also the grand scene of him attaining Buddhahood in the future. Heavenly King. I'm actually a heavenly king after attaining Buddhahood. This is unimaginable. Guzhen screamed in his heart. When he heard the words of the heavenly dragons, he thought that if he attained Buddhahood, he would only be a Joan. He didn't expect that he would be a heavenly king. This was really beyond his imagination. Amitabha. The heavenly king looked exactly like Guzhen. He stood in the air with his palms together and chanted, "This poor monk greets the great monk." Guzhen hurriedly returned the greeting and said uncomfortably, "Amitabha, this disciple greets the heavenly king. No need to be so polite." The heavenly king said with a smile, "You and I are one. It's enough to call me great monk." Guzhen didn't even dream that he could be called a heavenly king or great monk. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said with a smile, "Yes, yes, this poor monk greets the great monk. Great monk, are you ready?" The heavenly king's Buddha light shone brightly. In a moment, he was as tall as Guzhen's golden body. The heavenly king glanced at the flag not far away and said with a smile, "Now is the most crucial moment for you and me. If I succeed, this poor monk will attain Buddhahood in the future. If not, you won't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This poor monk understands." Guzhen's eyes had turned blood red. He shouted fanatically, "This poor monk will definitely attain Buddhahood." "Good, as you wish." The heavenly king also had the feeling of looking down on the world. How could this be the demeanor of a Buddhist heavenly king? As the heavenly king's voice fell, the lotus platform under his feet turned into a ball of Buddha light and rushed to the other side of the flag. Although there was an extremely strong deterrence around the flag, it didn't disappear under the Buddha light. Guzhen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the auspicious cloud. However, when he was only 20 feet away from the flag, he couldn't move forward anymore because the deterrence was like the sand in the deep sea. It drowned his mouth and nose. He couldn't fly half a step forward at all. Seeing that his heavenly king golden body easily crossed the flag and went to the same position as him, the fervor in his heart was even hotter than the scorching sun at noon. Seeing that the heavenly king was in position, he raised his hand and took out a few blood-red relics from his bosom. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Buddhist light, and those relics all went into his stomach. In an instant, a rolling red cloud rushed out of Guzhen's golden body and completely enveloped him. Within the red cloud, Guzhen's face twisted in pain. The muscles on his face trembled violently. Coupled with his blood-red eyes, he wasn't much different from a demon. Rise! Guzhen endured the torment of karma and reached out his hand to slap the top of his head. Puff! Another cluster of Buddha's light mixed with blood red spurted out from the top of Guzhen's head and turned into a Buddha's palm the size of half an acre in the air. As the Buddha palm condensed and expanded, the golden light around Guzhen suddenly decreased. The red cloud also disappeared. However, these red clouds were entangled with the golden light and condensed into a golden-red kasaya that tightly stuck to Guzhen's body. At this moment, Guzhen's golden body seemed to have lost some of its strength and was trembling slightly. However, when Guzhen saw the Heavenly King on the other side of the flag doing the same thing, he was stunned by the Buddha's palm that came out of the Heavenly King's head. This was because although the Heavenly King was surrounded by Buddha light, the Buddha palm peeking out from the top of his head was pitch black. There was even a pair of blood-red black flames lingering in the darkness. This is my demonic nature. How can there be so many and so strong? If I cultivate by myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve fruition even if I cultivate for another 10,000 years. Guzhen's heart trembled. He thought of the records in the jade pearl. As a Buddhist protector, he should be one with Buddha and demon. If he wanted to subdue an immortal weapon, he must remove the demonic nature from his body. The jade pearl was a Buddhist weapon that Sky Dragon gave to Guzhen. It could temporarily extract Guzhen's merit and demonic nature. The merit condensed into a golden body, which had to contain the demonic nature. Then, Guzhen's body used a Buddhist divine ability and the golden body used the same divine ability. However, this divine ability became a pure demonic technique before the demonic nature. Under the pincer attack of the Buddha and demon, the immortal weapon could only be captured. Capture. Seeing that the time was right, Guzhen didn't dare to think too much. He chanted a mantra and formed a seal with his hands. The Buddha palm above his head suddenly fell down. Chapter 34-73. Guzhen's Buddha's palm fell, and the Heavenly King's Devil's palm also cooperated with the Buddha's palm, imprisoning an area of 1 mu on the left side of the flag. The side of the flag close to Guzhen was filled with Buddha's light, while the side close to the Heavenly King was filled with Devil's chi. The flag suddenly moved without wind, and countless pearls rushed out of the blue brilliance, fighting to block the Buddha's light and Devil's chi. Stab, stab, countless sounds echoed in the air. Guzhen looked on coldly. Although the thousands of jade talismans continued to pour out, it was obvious that the flag wouldn't attack. The jade talismans could only defend. 2 huge palms slammed down and tore the jade talismans in half. How could they block it? Boom! Just as Guzhen expected, the 2 giant palms fell on the brilliance of the flag, one on each side. Strangely, the giant palms in the air were half a mu in size, but they were only the size of a palm when they fell on the flag. Keep! Guzhen was overjoyed. With a roar, the 2 palms suddenly pulled, and the brilliance of the flag suddenly dimmed. Rumble. As the light of the flag dimmed, the entire space let out a series of rumbling sounds. Amidst these rumbling sounds, the jade talismans that had been blown apart by the Guzhen monk's staff trembled violently. With the flag as the center, they rapidly shrank. The jade talismans ignored the 2 palms and the space that had been sealed by the palms. They turned into broken fireflies and sank into the flag. In an instant, the whole flag emitted a bright blue light. Guzhen's expression changed slightly, because he had sensed that the brighter the brilliance, the tougher the flag under the Buddha palm became. Gradually, it was out of his control. Ha! Great monk! The Heavenly King with the brilliant Buddha light laughed. It seems that the possibility of us taking this immortal artifact is not high. How about this? Let's take this immortal artifact first and send it to Senior Heavenly Dragon first. Gu Zhen was slightly disappointed, but looking at the seemingly endless pearls, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly said, "I'll listen to your orders, great monk. Rise." The Heavenly King smiled and his demonic palm left the flag. In an instant, it grew to the size of half an acre and rushed into the air. Gu Zhen's Buddha palms also rose high into the air. Whoa whoa! A whimper that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves sounded. His two palms suddenly twisted in midair and grabbed at the flag in perfect coordination. As the two palms slowly rotated, the Buddha's light and the devil's chi actually combined perfectly. A completely different kind of imprisonment force was born again, imprisoning the space around the flag. This sealing power was so great and so strange that the space was collapsing inch by inch. Golden threads and black flames appeared inch by inch, completely separating the flag from the incoming jade. Master! Master Gu Zhen! Just as Gu Zhen's eyes flashed red and his heart was filled with joy, an extremely shocked voice came from afar. Gu Zhen was taken aback. He raised his head and saw a transcendent's golden body, which was more than 100 feet tall, flying over with golden light flashing around it. Beside this transcendent's golden body was a woman in palace attire, riding on a golden flying sword. However, the golden light flashing around the woman was extremely dim. It must be very difficult for her to break through the confinement of the transcendent's golden body. The shocked voice came from this woman. At this moment, Gu Zhen was no longer the Gu Zhen from before. He only glanced at the flag for a moment before retracting his gaze. He still urged the Buddha's palm to cooperate with the devil's palm to grab at the flag. Of course, the closer he got to the flag, the stronger the flag's resistance became. Even though the space within 1,000 feet of the flag had been twisted by the two giant palms, the flag could not even flutter. Combine! The Heavenly King roared. Gu Zhen's willpower surged out uncontrollably. The Buddha's palm and the devil's palm, which were originally distinct meridians, slowly merged. A wisp of Buddha's light wrapped around a wisp of devil's chi. Outside the light and devil's chi, black flames burned. A Buddha's demon's palm was about to take shape. Master Gu Zhen, what are you doing? Axian naturally became anxious and cried out, "This is the immortal world's mystic origin water control flag. It's the item used to suppress the demonic world. If you take it away, won't that demonic creature appear?" Unfortunately, Gu Zhen turned a deaf ear to Axian's words. The same rumbling sound came from the space. Beside the Buddha's demon's palm, countless heavenly flowers, fairies, and even countless devils riding on demonic dragons emerged from the void. The Sanskrit chants mixed with demonic chants shook the entire space. "Benefactor Axian, don't shout." Xiao Hua sneered. "Gu Zhen has already turned into a devil. Didn't you see his eyes? Didn't you see the blood vessels on his golden body? Also, the golden body in front of him is originally a devil god's image. However, this devil god's image is plated with a layer of Buddhist light. This devil god's image is exactly the same as Gu Zhen. It should be the devil spirit of the devil world suppressed by the mystic origin water control flag. By the way, Benefactor Axian, how did you know this flag was previously called the mystic origin water control flag?" "Yes, little monk. How did you know this heavenly monarch's golden body is a devil god's image? How did you know the devil world can also produce devil spirits?" Axian retorted without hesitation. "Instead of asking me, why don't you think about how to stop Gu Zhen?" "I'm going to stop Gu Zhen." "What are you going to do?" Xiao Hua glanced at Axian. At this moment, Axian was incomparably calm. Her expression had returned to normal. She indifferently replied, I'm not going to do anything. I don't have the ability to stop Guzhen. Of course, if I had the ability, I would definitely do it. Because if I don't stop Guzhen, after he takes away the mystic origin water control flag, the devil world under you and me will be born. You and I will die. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted. No need to remind me. This little monk knows what to do. Even if this little monk has to risk his life, this little monk will stop Guzhen. At the very least, this little monk will kill Guzhen right now. Kill. A cold light flashed through Xian's eyes. If Guzhen is here and Xi Hui is nowhere to be seen, then Xi Hui must have already died. If I don't kill Guzhen, I won't be able to avenge Xi Hui Wu. Without waiting for Xian to finish speaking, Xiaohua similarly slapped his hand on the top of his head. Using the nascent soul's hand, waves of water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi surged and condensed towards Xiaohua. Even the seemingly endless jade luo rushed over along with the gale. Roar! Xiaohua faced the sky and roared. With a shake of his arms, the heavenly law embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and heavenly human body bestowment technique were all activated. An extremely large amount of jade luo entered the surface of Xiaohua's body. The golden light around Xiaohua's body flourished with a green color. Under Xian's stupefied gaze, the golden body also expanded to a size of more than 300 feet. The nascent soul's hand on top of the golden body's head expanded to a size of more than 1 mu. It violently tore apart the restrictions around the flag and met the Buddha's demon hand with a backhand. Guzhen really didn't expect Xiaohua's nascent soul's hand to be so familiar. It was so much faster than his Buddha's demon hand. However, a trace of disdain surfaced in Guzhen's heart. The Buddha's demon hand's power could even tear apart the defense of an immortal tool. Even if Xiaohua's strength was at the 5th grade of origin energy, it was impossible for him to block it. Sure enough, with a loud bang, the two hands clasped together. The nascent soul's hand collapsed with a loud bang, while the Buddha's demon hand merely shook a little and dimmed a little. Humph. Guzhen coldly snorted again. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. His eyes once again fell on the Xianyuan water control flag. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred again. A pitch-black staff appeared in Xiaohua's hands without him knowing when. This staff became thicker and longer in the blink of an eye. It streaked across the sky and struck the Buddha's demon hand. The staff had yet to reach the body, but the whistling wind of the staff had already destroyed the Buddha's light and demon chi in the void, as well as the fairies, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons. What is this thing? Guzhen was greatly shocked. He used all his strength to urge the Buddha's demon hand to fall down with a loud bang. Boom. Another loud bang no less than the previous one. Xiaohua's wishful staff was knocked away. Xiaohua's huge golden body also staggered and almost fell down. However, the almost unparalleled Buddha's demon hand was also smashed in half. The half-mu of demon flames and other things were swept away, and many jade pearls once again rushed over. Guzhen was furious and roared, "Damn it!" Abandoning the Xianyuan water control flag, the Buddha's demon hand grabbed at Xiaohua's golden body. The huge Buddha's demon hand swept across the sky, and the collapsed place was quickly repaired. When it fell on the top of Xiaohua's head, it was already as good as new. At this time, Xiaohua had already stood firmly in midair. Looking at the Buddha's demon hand, the demon chi had taken the upper hand. He knew that the unknown demon had completely controlled Guzhen. If he did not make a prompt decision, he would really die. Thinking of this, Xiaohua roared. His right arm exerted strength, and the wishful staff smashed down. At the same time, his left hand waved and took out the sword gourd. His left hand pinched a seal, preparing to cast the soul-punishing light. Boom! Another loud bang. This time, the Buddha's demon hand was only smashed by 2 fingers, and the wishful staff was knocked into the air. Because Xiaohua was prepared, his golden body did not lose its balance. Quick! The moment the wishful staff was knocked away, Xiaohua's soul-punishing light had already been activated. His left hand pinched a seal, and the green and red soul-punishing light rushed out from the sword gourd. All of a sudden, it nailed Gu Zhen's golden body in mid-air. Even the Buddha's demon hand began to collapse. Seeing that the soul-punishing light was effective, Xiaohua was overjoyed. The spiritual power in his body surged, and he fully activated the soul-punishing light. He wanted to cut off Gu Zhen's head in one fell swoop. At this time, Xan, who was watching the battle, did not have time to be surprised by Xiaohua's means. She clenched her hands tightly and stared at the soul-punishing light, waiting for Gu Zhen's head to fall to the ground. Swoosh! Xan was only looking at the sky, but she didn't notice that not far from her feet, in the midst of the surging demonic energy and black flames, a dragon-shaped phantom suddenly rushed out. This phantom flashed through the jade bracelets, and the 100 feet of space seemed to pass through a crack. Without waiting for anyone to see, it had already cut across Xiaohua's left arm. Chapter 34-74. Xiaohua only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, as if the entire night had pounced on him. That black shadow was shaped like a dragon, but also like a scimitar. Then, a kind of extreme fear appeared in his heart, and that fear instantly spread throughout his body. Before this fear could subside, another sharp pain came from his left arm. Xiaohua couldn't help but scream, "Oh!" When he looked down again, his left arm had already been chopped off from the middle. Before Xiaohua could do anything else, that severed arm had already been swept up by the black shadow and fell into the devilish energy. Roar! The sharp pain in his body had yet to subside, and many of Xiaohua's primordial spirits screamed in unison. Especially that orange giant, whose left arm was also severed, rolling around in pain inside Xiaohua's bones. Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud also rapidly flickered, and that dark green color greatly decreased. Looking at the dragon vein, body, and even the primordial spirits in the space were all heavily injured. The power of that black shadow's attack was actually so powerful. Xiaohua was heavily injured by that black shadow. Not only did the spirit-slaying yuan light disappear, the sword gourd floated in the air, and the 300 zhang golden body rapidly shrank, gradually turning into a normal human form. Since the spirit-slaying yuan light disappeared, Gu Zhen's primordial spirit recovered. Gu Zhen's eyes became even redder, and he let out a beast-like roar. The Buddha's demonic hand fell down and firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was about to be turned into meat paste. All of this happened in a flash. When Xan came to her senses, Xiaohua's body had already fallen into Gu Zhen's demonic hand. Even if Xan wanted to activate her life-saving golden hairpin, it would be too late to do so. Amitabha. Just when Xan was in despair, a crisp voice was heard. This voice sounded very childish, but the tone was filled with vicissitudes of life. Xi Hui. Xan was startled, and immediately became overjoyed. She hurriedly looked around, because that voice didn't have a fixed origin, it just floated in the space. Unfortunately, Xan opened her golden eyes and looked around for a moment, but she didn't see any familiar figures. However, when she saw Gu Zhen, she was puzzled. Gu Zhen, who had been extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Xiaohua, now seemed to have been imprisoned. He stood there in a daze, his blood-red eyes staring into the distance. The Buddha's demonic hand that could crush Xiaohua with a single move also stopped. Xan was not the only one who was confused. Even the golden body in the shape of a heavenly king was confused. The heavenly king failed to activate the giant palm and asked, "Great monk, what are you doing? As long as we kill this Tao cultivator, you and I will be able to obtain the immortal artifact. Senior Tianlong will be able to condense a relic for you with this immortal artifact. With this relic, you will definitely attain Heavenly King Buddha fruit in the future. Not to mention the Heavenly King Buddha fruit, even if it was the Buddha fruit, I wouldn't care for it. Gu Zhen finally opened his mouth. His tone was extremely indifferent. In order to hear this voice, in order to meet this person, this poor monk is willing to go to the 9 hells or the 9 springs. Gu Zhen's words reverberated in the air. Every word contained the fervor and care in his heart. That's right. Just before entering the longevity hall, the benevolent Manjushri saw Gu Zhen trying to devour his relic. He immediately woke up and thought that Gu Zhen's so-called search for his younger brother was a lie. At that time, Gu Zhen admitted it without hesitation and denied his real purpose of looking for Gu Nian. At that time, Gu Zhen had decided to give up everything for the ancient Buddha relic, including himself, even if he had to turn into a devil. However, the development of the situation was such a joke. Now that Gu Zhen had really turned into a devil, the voice that he had been thinking about day and night appeared again. The ancients often said that a single slip would cause everlasting sorrow. When you look back, you will be 100 years old. Perhaps this was the case. Axan was stunned. She seemed to have suddenly understood something. However, the Heavenly King did not know. He was very confused. Who is this person? Is this the person who is chanting the name of Buddha? Gu Zhen frowned slightly. Great monk, aren't you this poor monk's demonic golden body? Why don't you know this poor monk's thoughts? Amitabha. The Heavenly King said indifferently. This poor monk is you, but you are still you. This poor monk cannot replace you. Naturally, the Heavenly King's words revealed a flaw. However, Gu Zhen did not pay attention to it. He only waited quietly. It seemed that he had enough patience to wait for this moment. As Axan listened, she looked in the direction Gu Zhen was looking at. In the distance, a faint figure slowly appeared. It was a little monk in a monk's robe. Of course, this little monk was not benevolent. However, the little monk looked a little panicked, as if he was afraid of something. However, Axan could see that under the little monk's panicked expression, his eyes were extremely bright and filled with determination. Dumbo. Dumbo, is that you? Gu Zhen's voice trembled. His golden body also trembled as he asked softly. Seeing the shadow that he had seen countless times in his dreams, Gu Zhen's hundreds of years of patience could no longer be held back. The little monk also trembled as he answered, Big brother, it's me. I'm Dumbo. You. Gu Zhen originally wanted to ask, you're not dead yet. However, when he saw the little monk's dim figure, he could only change his words. Big brother, I didn't expect to see you one day. Yes. Big brother. The little monk's eyes flashed with tears. I also didn't expect that I would be able to endure until this day. All these years. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to see Big Brother. Do you hate Big Brother? Do you want to scold Big Brother personally? Gu Zhen's ferocious expression disappeared, replaced by kindness as he probed. The little monk smiled. How can I blame Big Brother? It's my life's fortune to be able to die for Big Brother. Big Brother, do you know? You've been my everything since I was young. You're my sky. You've done everything for me. I've always thought about how to grow up, how to repay you, how to think of you and do so much for you. Even if I can do one thing for you, I'll be happy. I've been cultivating diligently in Crimson Reed Temple to repay Big Brother. When I've succeeded in my cultivation, I'll be able to protect Big Brother. I've been praying for Big Brother in front of Buddha every day, hoping that Big Brother will live a peaceful life. And Buddha really did hear my thoughts. He actually gave me a chance to die for my elder brother. It's true, big brother. I've never blamed you. Even when I fell into an illusion and was lucky enough to leave my soul behind, the only person I've been thinking about is you. Big brother, you're my only family in this life. Dumbo. 2 drops of blood flowed out from Gu Zhen's eyes as he raised his head and roared. Big brother. The little monk continued, I was originally hiding in the illusory array to avoid the devil dragon. However, a few days ago, I met that interesting little monk. Seeing that he was able to escape from the illusory array, I curiously followed him. I never thought that I would be able to see Big Brother. However, Big Brother, your current situation is very bad. You've been invaded by the demon dragon. Look at your golden body, it's filled with demonic runes. Look at your eyes, they're blood red. Big brother, I don't know what the demon dragon promised you, but I know that you and I are Buddhist disciples. No matter what, we can't dance with demons. That's why I took the risk to come out and see Big Brother. Now that I've said what I need to say, I'm willing even if the demon dragon eats me. Amitabha. The Heavenly King said flatly. Big monk, don't be fooled. This Dumbo is the manifestation of the mystic water control flag, and he's here to stop you from taking the immortal item. If you take the flag away, I'm sure that the little monk will disappear. Gu Zhen's blood-red eyes looked at the Heavenly King, then at the little monk, and even at Xiao Hua, who was still writhing in the Buddha's hands. Amitabha. The Heavenly King waited for a moment before he chanted, Big monk, you're so indecisive. How can you attain Buddha's fruit if you can't sever your mortal bonds? If you're unwilling, I'll end it for you, won't I? Shut up. Gu Zhen snorted coldly and cursed. I've never told anyone about Dumbo. Even in front of Ci Hui, who had become a Manjushri Bodhisattva, I lied. Even Tipu and Axian wouldn't know what Dumbo looks like. How could they conjure him? Oh, big monk. The Heavenly King tried to persuade him. The mystic water control flag is an immortal item. It could read your mind. Big monk. Gu Zhen said flatly. Do you know why I've taken the path of Dharma protectors? The Heavenly King did a double take before his eyes shifted. It's for Dumbo, of course. That's right. Do you think I would let you destroy him if you know I'm doing it for Dumbo? Gu Zhen asked sinisterly. The Heavenly King was confused. But Dumbo is just an illusion. You're wrong. You're terribly wrong. Gu Zhen said, enunciating each word. For Dumbo, I could give up my Saraira and let my cultivation go to waste. Why would I let you destroy him? Not even if it's an illusion. But the Heavenly King didn't know what to say. Even if it's an illusion, the immortal item has found my weakness. That's why I have to bow down. Gu Zhen said flatly. I can choose not to believe in everyone in the world, and I can choose not to believe in all the Buddhists, but I can't not believe in my Buddha and Dumbo. I believe that the Buddhists would forgive me if I repent before the Buddha every day, so that I can see Dumbo again. Likewise, I believe that Dumbo would live for centuries in an illusory array just to wait for me. Amitabha. You are unreasonable. The Heavenly King shook his head. Demon dragon, leave. Gu Zhen sighed. I command you with the Buddha's orders. Ha ha ha, can the Buddha control me? Do you really think he would show himself here? The Heavenly King finally laughed. Moreover, can you still leave now that things have come to this? Even if the Buddha is willing to control you, he wouldn't be able to, would he? Brother. The young monk cried out, tears flowing unwittingly as if sensing something. Chapter 3475. Amitabha. Gu Zhen's golden body put his palms together, bowed his head and said piously, "If I have Buddha in my heart, I see Buddha everywhere. If I have Buddha in my heart, I am Buddha. In this life, my heart belongs to Buddha, and in the next life, my heart belongs to Buddha. Thank you, Namo Amitabha. I thank you again." Then, Guzhen patted the top of his head gently, and a benevolent look appeared on his face. He looked at the little monk and said, "Dumbo, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you. I hope I can still be your big brother in the next life. I swear. I'll take good care of you." The Heavenly King was also stunned. He said anxiously, "You. What are you doing? You. How can you do this?" The Heavenly King realized what Guzhen was going to do. He shouted in disbelief. He really couldn't understand how Guzhen, who was filled with endless evil, could do such a thing. Guzhen raised his hand, and the golden body collapsed. Pieces of it turned into Buddhist light. As Guzhen's golden body collapsed, so did the Heavenly King's golden body. Only a thick stream of demonic qi was left hovering in the air. Similarly, the Buddha's demonic hand disappeared, revealing the injured Xiaohua. Axayan watched from the side. She didn't have the Dharma golden body, so she was like a child in front of Guzhen's golden body and Xiaohua's Dharma body. She was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. After listening to Guzhen's words and seeing what he did, she really didn't expect that Guzhen, who was so easily taken advantage of by the mystic dragon, would be so obsessed with brotherhood. His devotion to Buddha even surpassed that of all the other arhats she had met. No. Seeing the golden body turn into nothingness, Guzhen's blood-red eyes were still staring at the little monk, unwilling to disappear. Axayan suddenly realized something. Guzhen might not be really devoted to Buddha, and his last words might not be fully believed. He's gambling. Of course, Axayan didn't know what Guzhen was thinking and whether his concern was real. She could only judge others by her own standards, but what was Guzhen's real thought? Perhaps only the Buddha knew the answer to that. Thinking of this, Axayan's mind once again turned sharply, looking at Xiaohua, who was already dispirited and listless in midair. Xiaohua's left arm had not regenerated, the place where his arm was severed was surrounded by black gas, the continuous heavy injuries had already made him temporarily unable to deal with them. Axayan had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed inwardly, forget it. Humans naturally have a human form. Only by becoming Buddha can one have Buddha nature. There's no need to think too much about Guzhen's intentions. Since he had an obsession in his heart, he was able to abandon it at the critical moment. Although he did not sever his worldly desires, he had severed his own. But in the end, it was severed. He has no regrets in his life. When he looked at the little monk again, he saw that his face was filled with grief. Where was the fear from before? Just like Guzhen, in order to see his brother, he had been lonely for hundreds of years in the illusory matrix. But who knew that the moment he saw his brother, he would have to part with him again? How could he not be heartbroken? Not everyone could bear the pain of witnessing the departure of a loved one. The little monk flew in midair, wanting to touch his brother's body before he left. Unfortunately, Guzhen's words before he committed suicide did not move the Buddha. The heavenly flower and the heavenly maiden disappeared and never appeared again. His soul also did not appear. The little monk could clearly feel his brother's gentle gaze, but he could not see anything about his brother. The path of Dharma Protector was originally a void. Guzhen had passed away, and the Heavenly King had also perished. Mo Long's meticulous plan to kill both Buddha and demon had also failed. The Xinyuan water control flag shone brightly, and jade talismans of various sizes emerged from the brilliance. The jade talismans that were previously excluded from afar also flew towards the flag. Good. Axayan nodded slightly and urged the auspicious cloud to fly towards Xiaohua. Although Xiao Hua was severely injured, as long as they could escape from the Xianyuan Water Palace and get away from the battle between immortals and demons, Axian was confident that she could save him. Just as Axian flew for about 30 meters, the space suddenly shone with a bloody light. Roar, roar. A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Axian saw a sea of scarlet before her eyes. A dragon several meters long rushed out of the jade talismans, carrying with it a frenzied demonic aura. Not good. Axian was shocked and cried out, "Mo long." However, contrary to Axian's expectations, the demon dragon did not attack the flag after rushing out of the jade talismans. Instead, it rushed directly towards Xiao Hua. "Little monk, be careful." Axian hurriedly transmitted. Unfortunately, no matter how fast her thoughts turned, she could not compare to the speed of the demon dragon. Furthermore, Xiao Hua was currently in a weakened state. He had no time to react to the demon dragon's charge. Before Axian's words could reach him, the demon dragon had already opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiao Hua's left arm. Ah! Axian covered her mouth in shock. She felt an indescribable stabbing pain in her heart. A feeling of disbelief suddenly arose in her heart. Could it be that the little monk is going to be eaten by the demon dragon? The development of the situation once again exceeded Axian's expectations. After the demon dragon swallowed Xiao Hua's left arm, it did not continue to devour the rest of Xiao Hua's body. Instead, it rapidly shrank. The dragon's body shrunk from several meters long to several feet long, just like before Xiao Hua lost his arm. What was special was that after the dragon shrunk, the bloody light around it flashed again. The black flames within the bloody light transformed into thousands of tiny demons that roared and swam up and down. An arm that was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's previous body suddenly grew out. Following the transformation of this arm, the previously dispirited and listless Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. The silvery white pupils in his eyes disappeared and were replaced by a bloody red. This bloody red did not contain any other emotions, only savagery. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. The demonic aura around his left arm surged and quickly spread towards the rest of Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua's body expanded once again. Demonic aura and black flames surged out from the pores of his body at the same time. Just as Axian was dumbstruck, the demon's body that was over 100 meters long appeared in front of her eyes. Xiao Hua was currently wearing a bloody armor that completely covered him. Above the armor, millions of demons roared at the same time. The bloody light of the armor was mixed with black light, illuminating the surroundings. The black light pierced through the pearls that surrounded him one by one. That light even gave birth to tiny demons that frantically devoured the pearls. Looking at the top of Xiao Hua's head, the two horns on his head flashed with a faint golden light. Strands of golden light flowed along the demonic aura like flowing water, penetrating into the space between the demonic aura and the bloody light. What made Axian even more shocked was that in Xiao Hua's left hand, a pitch-black demonic saber suddenly appeared. This demonic saber was only a foot long. The front part of the saber was damaged and the tip of the saber could not be seen. This demonic saber looked unremarkable, but in Axian's eyes, she could not help but feel frightened. Because this demonic saber was pitch black and enchanting. When her gaze swept past it, her entire mind felt like it was being pulled in. Moreover, the moment her mind was slightly distracted, her eyes and mind were filled with bloody red. One after another, ferocious demons of unimaginable shapes appeared out of thin air. When she finally shifted her gaze away with great difficulty, she saw the hilt of the demonic saber. The demonic saber did not seem to have a hilt. The entire demonic saber was connected to Xiao Hua's left hand. It looked like a part of the bloody armor, but also like a part of Xiao Hua's left arm. In an instant, Xan understood. Previously, the demonic dragon was the demonic saber's transformation. When the demonic saber chopped off Xiaohua's left arm, it wanted to devour Xiaohua's flesh and blood, and then fuse with Xiaohua's body. But now, needless to say, the demonic saber must have already corroded and taken over Xiaohua's body. Of course, as for why the demonic saber wanted to take over Xiaohua's body, and not Gu Zhen, and even more not Xan, when she thought about how Xiaohua's wound did not bleed and how there was even a lingering black aura around his wound, Xan, as a Confucian cultivator, knew that it was because Xiaohua himself practiced demonic arts. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Xan felt a burst of relief for no reason. She was so relaxed that it was as if she had unloaded a heavy burden of 10,000 jin. However, just as this relief passed, she felt a burst of emptiness. That relief was even more like a small thorn that pierced into her heart. Roar! Xan's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts and feelings. The demonic god Xiaohua roared again, and the demonic aura around his body flourished. As Xiaohua raised his hand, rumble. A sound that was 100 times louder than mountain torrents and ocean waves vibrated in the surroundings. The space that was previously filled with the jade talisman had already been gradually occupied by the overflowing demonic aura. No matter if it was under Xan's feet, the surroundings of the Xianyuan water control flag, or even the top of Xan's head, there were faint waves of demonic aura that were frantically corroding everything. Where's the little monk Gunyan? Xan suddenly thought of the little monk when she looked around. Fortunately, there was no trace of Gunyan in the vicinity. With the little monk's alertness, he was able to survive in the illusion array for several hundred years. I'm afraid he can also avoid this kind of crisis. But how can I escape? Looking at the surging demonic aura, as well as the devil that was just born because of Xiaohua's existence, Xan didn't know what to do. The brilliance of the Xianyuan water control flag in front of her had already dimmed in the demonic aura. However, in Xan's eyes, it was incomparably warm. This was also her only hope. Almost without thinking, Xan urged the auspicious cloud to hastily rush towards the Xianyuan water control flag. Perhaps because the Xianyuan water control flag had already been suppressed by Xiaohua's demonic aura, the distance that Xan couldn't get close to previously was now easily closed again. Xan's thinking was still too optimistic. Her hope was naturally the despair of the demonic god Xiaohua. How could that demonic saber let her have her way? Xan had only flown a few feet when she saw Xiaohua, who was 1,000 feet tall, waving his hand and laughing coldly. Ah! You bastard flag, you have suppressed me for 1,000,000 years, isn't it very satisfying? Today, let's also change positions. I'll let you have a good time. Chapter 3476. Demon God Xiaohua waved his left arm, and the broken blade drew a pitch-black blade mark in the air. The blade mark was like blood, and it cut open the void. Spatial cracks spread rapidly along with the blade mark, and slashed towards the Xianyuan water control flag. At the spatial cracks, countless tiny devils, either laughing or wailing, also rushed over. Kacha! A soft crack sounded, and the entire space shook violently. The brilliance around the Xianyuan water control flag, which couldn't be shaken by Gu Zhen's Buddha demon hand, was now easily split in half like a chicken's shell. The Xianyuan water control flag swayed slightly, and the brilliance on the flag's surface was completely restrained. Presumably, if the devil blade was waved again, the Xianyuan water control flag would be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, after one slash, demon god Xiaohua's body rapidly shrank, and his left arm drooped down slightly, as if his strength was exhausted. Alas! Demon god Xiaohua's voice sounded again, and it sounded very helpless and regretful. This body is very good, but it's a pity that my cultivation of the Devil Realm's devil technique is not good enough. After I control it, I'll have to temper it even more. I'm afraid that with hundreds of millions of blood spirits, I'll be able to achieve small success, right? After this voice, Xiaohua waved his left hand again, and the devil blade flashed with black light, and a tidal wave of devil qi rushed into it, and then Xiaohua's devil body expanded again. What should we do? Xan just recovered, and her originally calm heart became anxious again. She once heard that when the Xianyuan water control flag was unfurled, all evils would retreat, and nothing could invade it. Since the Devil Blade had been suppressed by the flag for 1,000,000 years, how could it be a match for the Immortal Realm's immortal artifact? But she didn't expect that when the Devil Blade moved, it would have such power, and even the flag couldn't resist it. Then what kind of Devil Realm's immortal artifact was this Devil Blade? Control, yes, it must be controlled. Suddenly, Xan realized, whether it's immortal artifact or devil artifact, they are all dead objects, and if no one controls them, they can't be used. Unless the immortal artifact or devil artifact has its own spirit. The demonic saber transformed into a dragon because it had devoured thousands of blood essences. It was not the true spirit of the demonic saber. Although the demonic saber could attack, it could only fight against cultivators of the mortal realm like the little monk. It was useless against the Xianyuan water control flag. The Devil Blade could only rely on the little monk's physical body and the little monk's devil technique to unleash a true attack. As for the Mystic Origin water control flag, it's a defensive immortal artifact. It doesn't have any means of attacking. She even needs someone to activate it. When Xan realized this, before she could look at the Xianyuan water control flag, the flag immediately flashed a faint light and flew towards Xan. An immortal artifact was indeed an immortal artifact. Xan had just seen the Mystic Essence water control flag flying, and in the next moment, the flag had already appeared in her hands. Seeing that she had unexpectedly obtained an immortal artifact, Xan was not as ecstatic as she imagined. Almost without thinking, she touched her chest with her hand and a drop of blood came out from the tip of her heart. Xan's face instantly turned pale. When the blood from the tip of her heart dripped into the Xianyuan water control flag, the flag shone brightly. Xan hurriedly performed a Daoist technique and urged her true qi to hit the flag. The flag flashed rapidly, and a wisp of aqua-blue crystal thread came out and entered between Xan's eyebrows. The flag gradually shrank, preparing to rush into Xan's Niwen palace. But at this moment, Xan's face showed a painful expression. The crystal thread between her eyebrows split open and dark red blood flowed out. Xan's physical body trembled at the same time. Even the golden light emitted by the palace dress could not stop it. Xan's physical body could not contain the Xianyuan water control flag and showed signs of collapsing. Ha ha ha. How could it be so easy to control an immortal artifact? If you could control it, I would have found a body 1,000,000 years ago. The demon god Xiaohua, who had grown into a 300-meter-tall demon body, laughed mockingly from the side. If you're willing, you can be Laozi's servant. Laozi will teach you the Tao of dual cultivation. After 1,000,000 years, perhaps you'll have such a heaven-reaching opportunity. Swoosh. The brilliance of the Mystic Yuan water control flag receded and the crystal thread was sucked into the flag. Immediately after, Xan's blood droplet appeared on the flag once again. However, this time, the blood droplet was much smaller than before. Xan's face was ashen. She opened her mouth and the essence blood flew back into her mouth. Immortal artifact. Sure enough, it was not something an ordinary person could control, even if it was someone as strong as Xan. Little flag, your good days are over. Demon god Xiaohua roared, and half of the devil blade chopped down again. Quickly return to my embrace. I will love you. Axan almost did not think at all. She urged the true qi in her body and rushed it into the Xianyuan water control flag. The flag received the true qi and immediately emitted a blue brilliance. When the brilliance was born, the true qi in Axan's dantian seemed to be sucked in by a big hand and was instantly emptied. However, along with the brilliance of the flag, countless true qi of heaven and earth appeared out of thin air and poured into the flag at the same time. A sparkling and translucent jade emerged from the Xianyuan water control flag and blocked the devil blade. Caw! The jade broke, the devil blade retreated, and the brilliance of the Xianyuan water control flag receded again. No! Seeing this, Axan's heart was like a mirror. The battle between the Xianyuan water control flag and the devil blade was a battle between her and Xiaohua. The Xianyuan water control flag and the devil blade were equally matched, but she was far from Xiaohua. Xiaohua's devil technique was insufficient, but he had a corporeal body. The devil blade could block the first attack, but she could not block the second attack. As for whether the Xianyuan water control flag could block the third attack, Axan was not optimistic. The devil blade still had the ability to attack, but she did not. In the end, she could only fall into a desperate situation. If she wanted to live, she could only think of other ways before the Xianyuan water control flag was damaged. Take drastic measures. Axan looked at Xiaohua's shrunken body and her eyes flashed with determination. This is the only way now. As for the future, I can't explain it to others. Forget it, for today's escape, for the billions of creatures in the 3 continents, I'm afraid this is the only way. Since she had made her choice, Axan bit her lips, threw the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand, and flew towards the devil god Xiaohua. Kaka, little girl, are you ready to abandon the dark and join the light? The devil god Xiaohua's black qi was surging, and the countless devils around him were laughing wildly. This voice seemed to come from Xiaohua's mouth, but also seemed to come from the mouths of thousands of devils. Or do you have an ulterior motive? Axan only pretended not to hear, quietly took out her golden hairpin, and accelerated towards Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua was still several zhang tall. Seeing Axan getting closer and closer, the devil god Xiaohua waved his hand, and a ray of devil qi blocked in front of her. Little girl, men and women should not touch each other. You are a Confucian cultivator, don't you know? I don't have the appetite to devour you today, so don't join in the fun. Wait until I take care of the little flag, I will let you go. How could Axan listen to this kind of bewitching? She clenched her teeth, and inserted the golden hairpin into her chest. A blood-red golden brilliance was born like a sword river, and poured into the devil qi like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of devils wailed as they were killed. However, they only managed to erase the devil qi. The sword river didn't even get close to Xiaohua. Go! Axan was somewhat desperate. She pulled out the golden hairpin, and the blood-red hairpin turned into a meteor and rushed towards Xiaohua. The devil god Xiaohua sneered, and did not wave his devil blade. He only raised his right hand, and his devil palm grabbed the golden hairpin in his hand. Ayo! The devil god Xiaohua screamed, and the golden hairpin fell out of his right hand, and directly inserted into his devil armor. Once the golden hairpin was inserted, golden light shot out in all directions, and the devil qi that was pouring into his devil body suddenly stopped. Even the several zhang tall devil body also stopped. Axan did not dare to be negligent, and once again rushed towards Xiaohua's head. When she was about 1 zhang away from Xiaohua's head, with a pu sound, the golden hairpin flew out, and Xiaohua's devil body moved again. Failed on the verge of success. Axan looked at Xiaohua's malevolent face, and her heart died. At this moment, the Xianyuan water control flag moved again, as if it knew Axian's thoughts. The previously dissipated fragments of the jade luo flashed and fell around the devil god Xiaohua. Although the devil god Xiaohua did his best to resist, he still could not stop the jade luo from falling. Following the disappearance of the jade luo's blue light, the devil god Xiaohua was once again unable to move. Little flag, you've used this move for 1,000,000 years, don't you feel tired? Can't you change your position? Although the devil god Xiaohua was very helpless, he was still unable to move, and the scattered devils around him spoke up. The devil god Xiaohua's words were quite human, but people did not know if it was the devil blade's idea or Xiaohua's idea. However, the current Axian could not tell at all. She only saw that the devil god Xiaohua was motionless, and was immediately overjoyed. She hurriedly flew in front of Xiaohua, and looked at his malevolent devil face, as well as the countless devils and bloody light on his devil face. She stuck out her head, and extended her mouth. Little girl. Are you in heat? The numerous devils at the side asked very strangely. Indeed, if Axian was not in heat, then what was she? They saw Axian's lips, and her soft tongue gently pried open Xiaohua's mouth. She closed her eyes, and her tongue entered. Good heavens, this guy's luck with women is not shallow. We can also feel good now. The devils laughed loudly, but their laughter was still echoing in the air. From Axian's mouth, half of the dazzling golden core entered Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as that golden core entered Xiaohua's mouth, it immediately entered Xiaohua's middle dantian. This half of the core was like a resplendent golden star, completely illuminating Xiaohua's body. Within his middle dantian, the scarlet core that Xiaohua hadn't refined before seemed to be attracted and flew towards that golden star. The two cores collided. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Golden and scarlet radiance carrying dense true qi seeped out of Xiaohua's middle dantian and directly rushed out of Xiaohua's demonic body. That radiance was like a sword, easily destroying the demonic blood armor. Large amounts of decaying blood were cut off from Xiaohua's body, and the demonic tools that swarmed over were forced to retreat. Chapter 3477. Axian clearly did not expect that Xiaohua actually had a scarlet dan core in his body. Her originally extremely disappointed expression was now filled with anger and grievance. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in regretting. She bit her lips with all her strength, causing them to turn white. Only then did she circulate the last of her true energy and fly back to the Xinyuan water control flag. Axian had already done everything she could. As for whether Xiaohua could control the devil dragon or not, that was not something Axian could know. Looking at Xiaohua again, the devil armor on his body had just been shaved off by 30%. Inside Xiaohua's body, the golden and scarlet colors resonated with each other like fireflies. Boom boom boom. Countless awe-inspiring qi pierced through the air and bombarded Xiaohua's devil body. The rolling devil qi was like ice and snow meeting boiling water, instantly melting away. What is this? The devil god Xiaohua seemed to have yet to regain consciousness as he cried out in surprise. Axian coldly smiled and said, "It seems like you're not the real devil blade's true spirit. You don't even know this." In the Confucian Cultivation Enlightenment book, there is an awe-inspiring cloud map. The 5 qis gather in the universe, the heavenly heart shakes the 4 continents. This is my Confucian Cultivation's heavenly heart. Heavenly heart. Heavenly heart. Ha ha ha, so what if it's the heavenly heart? The demonic dragon was extremely arrogant. If you give this half of the heaven's heart to this little monk, you can stop me from controlling his corporeal body. I can't use the demonic body to destroy the flag, but how can you stop me from controlling his primordial spirit? With a heart in the chest, the body will be upright. With a relaxed posture, the primordial spirit will be peaceful. Axayan coldly smiled. I'd like to see how you'll control this little monk's primordial spirit. Although Axayan's face was very calm, she was very anxious in her heart. Her heavenly heart sounded very frightening, but its true use was not that. At this moment, she had no other choice but to give it to Xiaohua. On one hand, she wanted to stop the demonic dragon from invading Xiaohua's body. On the other hand, she wanted to awaken Xiaohua's mind that was bewitched by the demonic dragon. Only when Xiaohua's mind was awakened, would this heavenly heart be able to help his mind return to its original position and fight against the demonic dragon for his body. Of course, Axayan still had a move that could really take drastic measures, and that was, to borrow the strength of the mystic origin water control flag to first suppress Xiaohua, who had lost his physical body, and then chop off his head with a single sword strike. Since the devil dragon was separated from the devil saber, the mystic origin water control flag could naturally still suppress the devil saber. Of course, perhaps there was no need to go through so much trouble. If Xiaohua's head was chopped off, Xiaohua would naturally lose his life. Without Xiaohua, the devil blade and the Xinyuan water control flag would return to the previous situation. Naturally, the devil blade would still be suppressed by the flag. However, Axayan was still a bit hesitant because this was taking away Xiaohua's life. Then I, your father, will let you see what is called, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. The devil dragon was obviously very conceited. After a sneer, it went silent. After that, there was no more after that. Axayan did not hear the extremely conceited laughter of the devil dragon anymore. Extremely strange. Axayan tried her best to open her golden eyes, but the devil god Xiaohua suddenly closed his eyes. Then, for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was no movement at all. However, immediately after, the bloody light above Xiaohua's head flourished once again. That surging devil qi uncontrollably rushed up to the sky from the top of his head. Whoa whoa whoa. In the midst of sobbing, the Xianyuan water control flag's jade luo was suddenly rushed out of a several mu wide gap. Oh no. Axayan turned pale with fright. She took a deep breath and the pale gold color on her face reappeared. She really wanted to urge the last trace of gold qi to chop off Xiaohua's head. Whoa whoa. The flashing gold and red colors around Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. Countless amounts of devil qi once again gushed out from Xiaohua's skin. This devil qi circled around Xiaohua once, and that thick devil armor appeared once again. Wang wang. Even the devil blade in Xiaohua's hand began to become restless. A pillar of devil qi shot out from Xiaohua's body and also rushed out of the jade luo under Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua's devil body once again expanded, filling the heaven and earth. In the end, he was more than 300 meters tall. Axayan stared blankly. Looking at Xiaohua's mountain-like devil body, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She couldn't help but hold back the gold qi in her mouth. She was secretly astonished. What's going on? My heavenly heart of Confucian cultivators is definitely not something that the devil dragon can control. Only those who have practiced Confucian cultivation techniques can control it. If the little monk's mind is invaded by the devil dragon, he can't possibly absorb the heavenly heart into his dantian. Just as Axayan was hesitating, oh! The sorrowful cry of a devil came out from the devil qi. The armor covering Xiaohua's head immediately turned into the image of a malevolent devil. The sorrowful cry disappeared, and the devil disappeared at the same time. Immediately after, a sorrowful woman wept. Xiaohua's face once again turned into a rather pretty woman. This guy. Axayan suddenly understood. When she looked at the devil pillar that pierced through the heaven and earth, countless amounts of devil chi poured into it. Xian finally understood. This guy is actually refining the devil spirit. He's too daring, isn't he? However, he's merely a cultivator of the 5th level of essence energy. At most, he's only a cultivator of the 6th level of essence energy. How can he easily subdue the devil dragon? Although Axian didn't understand, she could only resign herself to fate. In the end, the heavenly heart was already a meat bun, swallowed by Xiao Hua, who made Axian gnash her teeth in hatred. The true chi in Axian's body had already dried up. With the devil blade in Xiao Hua's body, she was no longer afraid of the Xianyuan water control flag. What else could Axian do? She looked at Xiao Hua's head, where the devil repeatedly appeared. Later, his entire body surged with a bloody light. Wailing and howling devils and resentful spirits appeared everywhere. Axian could only fly back to the left side of the Xianyuan water control flag. Seeing Axian fly back, the Xianyuan water control flag approached Axian as if it depended on her for survival. Axian's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. She waved her hand in disbelief and the Xianyuan water control flag flew into her hand. Looking at the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand that wasn't too eye-catching, Axian was really overjoyed. Previously, she didn't think of subduing this immortal tool. She just wanted to find someone. However, when she came here, not only was there no one, she almost lost her life. Just now, she had the opportunity to subdue the immortal tool, but her body couldn't contain the immortal tool. Just when she completely gave up, the immortal tool was obediently delivered into her hand. The 2 heavens of sorrow and joy were nothing more than this. Of course, at this time, Axian also somewhat understood that the Devil's Saber's previous strike had damaged the Xianyuan water control flag, allowing her blood essence to seep in. Although her blood essence had only passed through the immortal tool once, the immortal tool also had a sense of closeness to her. In the future, if she painstakingly refined and sharpened it, she would be able to control this immortal tool. Of course, what made Axian feel most at ease was that since the Xianyuan water control flag took the initiative to fall into her hand, the Devil's Saber shouldn't be in any danger. Xiao Hua would also be fine. This feeling of relief came so suddenly that Axian was somewhat caught off guard. She even accepted it very naturally. However, holding the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand, Axian was still very vigilant. She observed Xiao Hua's movements from afar and took some medicine. After an unknown amount of time, the devils around Xiao Hua's body no longer appeared. The devil armor gradually withdrew into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua slowly shrunk until he was the same size as an ordinary person. When the devil aura on Xiao Hua's face disappeared, he was once again a little monk in high spirits. However, this little monk's eyes flashed with blood red, revealing a gaze full of smiles. Little monk. Axian called in a low voice. Yes. Xiao Hua looked down at the devil's saber in his left hand and casually replied. Tipu. Axian called again. I'm here. Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient and unhappily replied again. You, who are you? Axian was still not at ease and asked again. Xiao Hua raised his head and glanced at Axian and the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand. He curled his lips and replied, this little monk is here. You can rest assured. This little monk is still a little monk and has nothing to do with that devil dragon. Oh, I also have to congratulate Axian Tanue. He actually obtained the immortal tool of the Tao sect. Truly unparalleled luck. Then what about the demonic spirit of the demonic god dragon? Hearing Xiao Hua's sour tone, Axian didn't mind at all. She probed again, because she really didn't understand. That devil dragon. Oh, this little monk is currently teaching it how to read. Xiao Hua said in all seriousness. What? Learn how to read? Axan was somewhat stunned. Xiao Hua said with a smile, yes, this little monk is currently teaching it how to write the inscription entering a noble's gate is as deep as the ocean, henceforth Xiao is just a passerby. This. Axan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew that Xiao Hua was really perfunctory, but what she didn't know was that what Xiao Hua said was the truth. In fact, when the devil saber's devil spirit seized Xiao Hua's left arm, Xiao Hua had already sensed that something was wrong. When the devil dragon began to control Xiao Hua's blood drop paradise, Xiao Hua knew that he was definitely not the devil dragon's opponent. Facing such a powerful opponent, Xiao Hua was also helpless. When the devil dragon took control of his body, he hurriedly let go of his body and his mind wandered to the left side of the space. Just as Axan expected, that devil spirit was indeed condensed from the blood spirit of the devil saber from 1,000,000 years ago or even longer. During the days when it was suppressed by the mystic origin water control flag, the devil spirit had thought of all sorts of ways to escape. The heavenly dragon in the longevity lamp in the longevity hall was also condensed from a devil spirit. The ancient Buddha of the Manjushri Bodhisattva was enshrined in the longevity hall not to condense the power of faith like the devil dragon said, but to suppress the devil saber. When the ancient Buddha was present, the devil dragon didn't dare to appear. Only when the little monk, Ci Hui, took away the ancient Buddha and became the Buddha of the Manjushri Bodhisattva did the devil dragon dare to raise its head. However, Guzhin's body wasn't very useful, and the devil dragon couldn't possess Guzhin to enter the arch bridge of the mysterious water palace. Therefore, the devil dragon could only bewitch Guzhin. Chapter 3478. In the beginning, Mo Long didn't intend to use Xiao Hua's body because Xiao Hua's performance in the illusion made Mo Long somewhat apprehensive. For 1,000,000 years, no cultivator who entered the illusion was able to escape. However, Xiao Hua relied on the power of a soul cultivator to break free from Mo Long's control. Xiao Hua's sobriety also made Axan sober up. However, when Xiao Hua stopped Guzhin's Buddha demon hand and Mo Long used the demon blade to cut off one of Xiao Hua's arms, Mo Long was shocked to discover that Xiao Hua actually had the blood-dripping paradise's demonic technique. Moreover, Xiao Hua's physical body was actually so strong. Only then did Mo Long have the intention to possess Xiao Hua's body. In Mo Long's eyes, Xiao Hua's mind was like a child's, unable to be compared to his own. Therefore, after obtaining Xiao Hua's body, the first thing Mo Long wanted to do was to destroy the Xinyuan water control flag. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he had to heavily injure it. Only then could Mo Long escape with the demon blade. However, with Axan's obstruction and the Xinyuan water control flag's resistance, Mo Long actually couldn't control Xiao Hua's body. Thus, the demon dragon could only try to possess Xiao Hua's body. Seeing Xiao Hua's weak state of mind, the demon dragon was like a scoundrel on the street who saw his beautiful wife walking in the dark. Xiao Hua's trembling state of mind made the demon dragon feel relieved. However, when Xiao Hua's mind hid in the space, leaving only a small portion as bait, Mo Long swaggered to devour this small portion of mind. Only then did Mo Long suddenly discover that he was no longer in Xiao Hua's body. What awaited him was Jade Archive Xiao Hua's smiling eyes, green-robed Xiao Hua, soul cultivator Xiao Hua's salivating mouth, and even bone-tempering Xiao Hua's fierce gaze. Even in the face of so many primordial spirits, Mo Long still didn't care. In his eyes, they were just a few more lambs to satisfy his hunger. Only when he discovered that he couldn't move and could only let Jade Archive Xiao Hua and the other primordial spirits wantonly devour him did he truly understand what it meant by entering a noble house is as deep as the sea. This was Xiaohua's territory. Mo Long couldn't make the decision. Henceforth, he really became a passerby with Xiaohua. Little monk, who are you? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't tell the truth, Axian felt was helpless, but she still stared at Xiaohua and asked. Me? The little monk Tipu. Xiaohua said to Axian with a smile, you have already asked this question many times. No, you're definitely not Tip. Axian's face was pale. You want to tell me who you are? Is that necessary? Xiaohua slightly frowned. After that, he raised his left hand, and the devil blade gradually appeared. He said, wait for a moment. All right, I'll wait for your answer. Axian wanted to get to the bottom of things. You have to give me an answer. Xiaohua raised the demonic blade and waved it in the air. The demonic blade turned into a demonic palm and grabbed below him. The remaining demonic chi in the space surged into the demonic palm. It took a full 6 hours for the demonic chi to be completely absorbed by the demonic blade. Are you done? Axian asked. She had enough patience. Xiaohua sighed, nodded, and did not answer. On the other hand, Axian waved the Xianyuan water control flag, and the countless pearls in the space instantly turned into thousands of brilliance and fell into the flag. It seemed that her method was many times more brilliant than Xiaohua's. You can tell me now, right? Axian still asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary to expose each other's identity, I think it's necessary. Axian replied with equal harshness. All right, tell me who you are first. Xiaohua compromised. I can't tell you my name, but I can let you know my true face. Axian bit her lips and replied. While speaking, a golden light slowly flashed on Axian's face, and an outstanding beauty was revealed. When Xiaohua heard that Axian only said to show her true face, he immediately felt some regret. He was about to speak when he saw Axian's extraordinary appearance, which seemed to be gnashing her teeth. This. Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded for a moment, but then he smiled bitterly. The same magic power surged on his face, and Xiaohua's true face was revealed. Is this you? Is this your true face? You're not lying to me, right? Axian seemed to be somewhat in disbelief and asked 3 more questions. Facing Axian's doubt, Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, believe it or not, this is me. Of course, I can tell you my name, but you have to tell me too. Sigh, forget it. Axian shook her head, a strange expression on her face. Women are really strange. Since you don't want to say so much, why do you want to know so much? Xiaohua muttered, but he didn't know that women wouldn't pursue the matter with people they didn't care about, but they would get to the bottom of the matter with people they cared about, because women were most afraid of being deceived. Before entering the profound water palace, Axian knew that Xiaohua was a little inappropriate, but she didn't pursue the matter. But now, Axian didn't know, but her nature made her pursue the matter. You. Axian seemed to have heard Xiaohua's mutterings and became somewhat angry. Be content. Yes, I'm really quite content. Xiaohua nodded, but suddenly, he came to his senses and hurriedly said, oh right, this little monk will now, sigh, there's no need. That half of the heaven's core is already in your dantian. How can I take it? Axian waved her hand. Just treat it as a reward for saving me so many times. Oh, okay. Xiaohua nodded. Immediately, Axian waved her hand, took out half of the tortoise shell and handed it to Xiaohua. Since I'm a good person, I'll give you the heavenly book as well. Oh. Why? Xiao Hua looked at the tortoise shell. Although his heart was connected, he still asked curiously. The heavenly book and the heaven's core are one. Since you have half of the heaven's core, it's useless without the heavenly book. Moreover, don't you want to cultivate the 5 Qis unification? Only by comprehending this heavenly book can you cultivate the real 5 Qis unification. Axian explained and handed over the tortoise shell. Thank you, Axian. Axian. Xiao Hua took the tortoise shell. The way he addressed her finally changed. However, he looked at it for a while and asked, how do I read the heavenly book? Do I use the clear eyes technique? Or the divine sense technique? Nothing at all. Axian laughed. I don't know how to read it either. Moreover, I'm afraid no one on the hidden immortal continent knows how to read it. What the? Xiao Hua held his forehead and said, so the heavenly book is useless to you. No wonder you gave it to me. If you don't want it, quickly return it to me. Axian's face turned cold. Che, how can I return something that is in this little monk's hands? Xiao Hua flipped his hand and the tortoise shell disappeared. Xiao Hua said proudly, not to mention the heavenly book, even the devil blade is the same. And, there is also the devil spirit. Axian slightly curled her lips. That's right, then, how is the heaven's core together with the heavenly book? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the tortoise shell that Elder Wu gave him. It seems like there is no heaven's core. Axian did not find it strange. As if she knew Xiao Hua's greedy character, she transmitted a few sentences to Xiao Hua and finally said, this is a secret technique. No one can know about it. Also, it must not be recorded on the jade eyes. I know. Xiao Hua beamed with joy and replied. I gave you a lot of things. Are you going to give me something in return? Axian said indifferently. What do you want? Just say it. Xiao Hua smiled and said, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Good. The 7 flying swords in your hand are not bad. Give them to me. Axian said without any trace of politeness. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and nodded, no problem. As he said that, he took out the 7 flying swords that were transformed by the illusory swordsman and said, these 7 flying swords can form the 7-star sword formation. Do you need the sword formation method? No need. Axian took it and shook her head slightly. Oh, Xiao Hua handed over the 7 flying swords. Then, he changed his mind and took out 2 flying swords. He said with a smile, these 2 flying swords are of better quality. Do you need them? Axian's eyes lit up and said with a smile, good, these 2 flying swords should be able to refine 2 Mandarin duck swords. I want them. These 7 flying swords. You can take them all. This little monk has no use for them. Xiao Hua was rarely generous. So that's how it is. You have no use for them. No wonder you are so generous to give them to me. Axian returned the same words. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said with a smile, if you don't want them, quickly return them to me. In your dreams. Axian also took back the 9 flying swords. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said, by the way, the magic wand in your hand, it looks like the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, right? Ah. You want my cudgel? That's my livelihood. If you take it away, how can I live? Xiao Hua said with a pitiful face. Axian sneered and said, why would I want your cudgel? I just saw your generosity and suddenly thought of the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. What? How do you know how to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Quick, tell me. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. How would I know? Axian said slyly, it should be someone else who knows, but I can't tell you. I only know what material this 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel is made of. That's fine too. Xiao Hua took a step back. The 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel is called the 5 elements, but in fact, it is a 5 elements item. Since its name contains the 5 elements, its material must also be a 5 elements item. Axian explained, if you want to cast a cudgel out of the 5 elements, then you need to cast the cudgel from the 5 elements material. There are many 5 elements in this world, and there are many materials that can be used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, such as. Axian mentioned some materials, many of which were materials of the heaven cudgel, and even materials of the 5 elements cudgel. In the end, Axian said, looking at your wishful heaven cudgel, I'm afraid that it has a prototype, but when you use it, it can't penetrate the heaven and earth. The correct material of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel should be. The last material, Axian actually transmitted her voice, which seemed to be very secretive. Chapter 3479. What? It's these. Xiao Hua was dumbstruck as if he suddenly realized something. Then, he said regretfully, alas, it's true. I should have thought of it earlier. Oh. Why, have you encountered these things before? Axian was surprised. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and nodded, it's true. But those things are too big. With my current ability, I can't take them away. Of course. If you have the ability to take them away and refine them, you'll be able to break free from the 5 elements and do as you please. Axian smiled, little monk, you still need to work hard. But speaking of the little monk, Axian's mouth twitched. At that time, Xiao Hua laughed. But as he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked with a sad face, oh right, we've already taken the immortal weapon and the demonic saber. How do we get out of the Shenxue Palace? Where's the exit? You've already taken the demonic saber and refined the demonic spirit. Didn't you get any information? Axian's expression changed greatly and she asked hurriedly. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, how would the demonic spirit know? Isn't that the same as the immortal weapon? But I've never refined an immortal weapon. How would I know? Axian was also anxious. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, we have such treasures in our hands. At worst, we'll turn around and kill everyone. First we'll pull out the tendons of that ancient Shenxue beast and skin it. Hee. Axian suddenly laughed, don't worry. Follow me and I'll guarantee your safety. You. Xiao Hua pointed at Axian with a helpless expression. He really didn't expect Axian to act shamelessly. What's wrong with me? You've lied to me and Ci Hui for so long. Can't I lie to you once? Axian said with a smile. At this point, Axian suddenly realized something and shouted, right, where's fellow immortal Ci Hui? Could it be that he's really like what Guzhen said, he's already achieved fruition? Ba. Xiao Hua put his palms together and said with a smile, although Guzhen has turned into a demon, his words should be trusted. If he said he achieved fruition, then he achieved fruition. It's because Ci Hui achieved fruition that Guzhen was stimulated? It caused his mind to become unstable, allowing the demon spirit to take advantage of it. One becomes a Buddha, and the other becomes a demon. The cause is different, and the result is also different. Alas, that poor little monk Gu Nian. Axian felt a bit sad. Thinking of the little monk Zunian, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He glanced around and said, Axian, this little monk has some secrets of the devil's doctrine. I'm afraid it's not good for you to be here, What are you trying to do? Axian snorted and said, if you don't want me to look, then so be it. What's so great about that? Ha! Xiao Hua chuckled. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed downwards. Devilish energy surged downwards, and soon after, hundreds of corpses followed the devilish energy into the air. Humph! Axian swept a glance, and once again let out a cold snort from her nose. Holding the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand, she flew to the side. Xiao Hua also waved his hand without any trace of politeness, and a billowing devil chi condensed into a wall in front of Axian. Amitba. Xiao Hua chanted the name of Buddha, and said in a low voice, little monk, you can come out now. Amitba. A faint shadow appeared in the air. It was the little monk that Xiao Hua saw in the illusion before. However, at this moment, Gunyan's face was filled with extreme panic. He bowed and said, Gunyan greets you. Speaking up to here, Gunyan didn't know how to address Xiao Hua. After all, Xiao Hua chanted the name of Buddha, but in his hand, he controlled the devil blade, and even swallowed the extremely terrifying devil spirit. This Xiao Hua was far from the Xiao Hua that he saw in the illusion. Xiao Hua didn't care about Gunyan's fear. He waved his hand, and a little monk's body flew out from a pile of corpses. This body's eyes were tightly closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. Its face was exactly the same as Gunyan's. Gunyan. Xiao Hua said in a deep voice, you're not willing to be used by the devil spirit, your heart is commendable. Your body was also preserved by the devil spirit when you were alive. I obtained the will of the devil spirit, and am proficient in the devil spirit technique. I can send your soul into your body. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to survive and see the light of day. Really? Gunyan was overjoyed, and asked in disbelief. Xiao Hua said with a smile, of course it's true. However, before you survive, I still want to ask you, what's the deal with Wang Bianfei and the illusion? Could it be that he's also a resentful spirit of this place? Alright, Master knows. Gunyan explained carefully in his joy, Wang Bianfei is this little monk's playmate in the illusion. He's not a resentful spirit of this place. As for what he is, this little monk also doesn't know. However, according to this little monk's knowledge, Wang Bianfei came to the illusion through the dream. Everything that Master saw should be his dream. There's such a miraculous thing. Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. This was somewhat out of his imagination. This little monk doesn't know if what Wang Bianfei said is true or not. However, because I got to know him, this little monk had a place to hide in the illusion, and even a place to play. Therefore, I never thought too much about it. Gunyan was still careful. If Master wants to know if Wang Bianfei is speaking the truth, you'll know when you go take a look. And, if you're willing, you can go with me. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, many thanks for Master's grace. Gunyan bowed deeply. However, just as Xiao Hua raised his hand and prepared to send the soul extracted by the devil spirit back into the body, that Gunyan suddenly said, Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Just say it. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Can this little monk's big brother survive? Gunyan said softly. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. You were extracted by the devil spirit. I can send you back. If Guzhen really died, I'm also powerless. For me, Big Brother would rather walk the path of a protector. He didn't know that he would fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Gunyan's face showed a sad expression. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Guzhen's matter was originally going to be discussed after I settled you down. Since that's the case, please wait a moment. While speaking, Xiaohua patted his forehead, and that Buddha Sarira stepped into the air. Seeing this, Gu Nian was pleasantly surprised. He bowed down and said, this disciple greets Buddha Lord. Bing! Buddha Xiaohua chanted the 9 syllables mantra. As the golden mantra fell into the air, Gu Zhen's soul slowly appeared. Big brother! Gu Nian couldn't help shouting and rushed over. Dumbo! Gu Zhen also wept softly. He reached out and hugged Gu Nian. The souls of the 2 brothers actually hugged each other and wept. After a while, Buddha Xiaohua said in a low voice, Gu Zhen, it's getting late. You should go. Yes, many thanks Buddha Lord. Gu Zhen put his palms together. Gu Zhen has sinned deeply in this life. I hope that in the next life, speaking to here, Gu Zhen's face showed a somewhat bitter smile. The cycle of a protector is cruel. How can it be turned into a human body? Buddha Lord. Gu Nian shouted, this disciple is willing to give up the chance to live and let Big Brother take over this disciple's body. No. Gu Zhen roared, how can Big Brother let you enter the cycle of reincarnation? Stop arguing. Buddha Xiaohua said indifferently, I don't have such great divine ability for the time being. Don't think about such a beautiful thing. Yes, this disciple understands. Gu Nian lowered his head in disappointment. However, Gu Nian, step aside. I can help your big brother enter the path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although the karma of this life can't be attached to the body, after reincarnation, he can recultivate Buddhism. Buddha Xiaohua said indifferently. Many thanks Buddha Lord. Not only was Gu Nian overjoyed, even Gu Zhen was also somewhat overjoyed to the point of tears. Gu Nian hurriedly escaped from Gu Zhen's embrace and ran far away. Gu Zhen, I, Nan Wu, shall be reborn in the name of Maitreya Buddha. I shall remove the karma of this life, all your sins shall be attached to my body. Buddha Xiaohua chanted Buddhist sutras. Endless Buddhist light from his mouth landed on Gu Zhen's body. Rays of black light flew out from Gu Zhen's body. Strands of green flames floated out and landed on Buddha Xiaohua's body. When nothing else flew out from Gu Zhen's body, his figure became increasingly dim. Many thanks Buddha Lord for transcending. Gu Zhen put his palms together and said. Lin. Buddha Xiaohua chanted the 9 syllables mantra again and was about to transcend Gu Zhen. At this moment, Gu Nian suddenly flew over and grabbed Gu Zhen's hand. He said to Buddha Xiaohua, Buddha Lord is merciful. Previously, Big Brother said that he would still be my big brother in the next life and would still protect me. Therefore, disciple is willing to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation with Big Brother. Dumbo, you. Gu Zhen was about to get angry again. Big Brother, you can't control me in this matter. Instead of having me chase after you, why don't you let me reincarnate with you? If you enter another reincarnation, I'll still be with you. No matter what you do in this life, I'll always be your little brother. Gu Nian said very firmly. Buddha Xiaohua was greatly moved. He really didn't think that there would be someone in this world who would give up on the chance of survival for brotherly love. Even so, he still advised, Gu Nian, I'm not the real Buddha Lord right now. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely let you reincarnate together, Buddha Lord, there's no need to say anymore. To be able to reincarnate with Big Brother, disciple's life is already complete. Whether or not we can still be brothers in the next life is no longer important to disciple. Sigh, that's right. Buddha Lord, disciple understands. To be able to walk through this life hand in hand with little brother, disciple is also satisfied. Gu Zhen reached out and grabbed Gu Nian's shoulder, pulling him into his embrace with a look of extreme happiness on his face. Namo Maitreya Buddha in the next life. Buddha Xiaohua's eyes were already wet as he chanted Buddha's name. Lin, but as the 9 syllables mantra descended, the souls of the two turned into light smoke and gradually disappeared. Ah, there's nothing better than brotherly love. Xiaohua sighed inwardly after sending the Buddhist Saraira into his Naiwan palace. Looking at Gu Nian's physical body, he waved his hand and a sea of fire appeared, incinerating the hundreds of corpses. The souls of these corpses weren't as lucky as Gu Nian and were already devoured by the demonic dragon. Xiaohua couldn't revive them. Chapter 3480. Maybe. Gunyun was afraid that Guzhen couldn't enter the human path, so he wanted to enter reincarnation with Guzhen and lend Guzhen a hand with his merits. When Axayan saw Xiaohua take out the corpse of the evil spirit of Xianshui Palace, she knew that he wanted to find a body for the soul of the little monk Gunyun. However, when she saw only Xiaohua and Gunyun was nowhere to be seen, she couldn't help asking. Xiaohua didn't intend to tell her in detail. He told Axayan to use the Xianyuan water control flag to open the formation and briefly told her what had happened. When he heard that Gunyun gave up the chance to be reborn and chose to enter reincarnation with Guzhen, he couldn't help sighing. Looking at the sage river at dusk, he said with a sigh, since the little monk Gunyun cares so much about his brotherhood and bloodline, I'm sure even Buddha will bless him. Actually, Guzhen is not that bad. Xiaohua also sighed with emotion. If he didn't care about his brotherhood and believed in the sincerity of his brotherhood, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him even before the evil spirit appeared. 2 brothers from the countryside, 2 Buddhas who have converted to Buddhism, have such true feelings. Why don't many people who have many extravagant hopes that others can't reach in their whole lives? Axayan looked a little lonely. Looking at the orange sunset that was as red as an egg yolk, she said faintly, they can give up their kinship for power, they can give up their bloodline for rules, they can be ruthless for benefits. In their hearts, where did their kinship, bloodline and love go? Is it possible that face is more important than freedom? Is it possible that strength is more important than happiness? Thinking of what Axayan said before entering the Sage River, Xiaohua knew that Axayan had endless worries in her heart. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He just nodded and said, indeed. The most important thing in the world is love. Love is more beautiful than this sunset and more important than everything in the world. Unfortunately, this love was too simple, too easy, and too neglected by others. Many people gave up on love for their own pursuit. It's rare that Guzhen and Gunyun guarded their brotherly love until the last moment. They should be the happiest people in the world now. Axayan didn't change her appearance. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face. Her eyes flashed with confusion and haziness, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Perhaps. A faintly discernible sigh could be heard, as if it was the sorrow of the ages. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer. He placed his hands behind his back and accompanied Axayan to stand on the Saint River. He looked at the setting sun in the distance and didn't say anything else. Little monk. Axayan looked at the red clouds in the sky and said, in this life, perhaps we won't have the chance to meet again. You want me to call you that? Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, since we won't have the opportunity to meet again in this life, why must I know her name? Sigh, maybe you're right. Axayan frowned as she looked at the flowing water of the Saint River and said faintly, but I think, you're still upset that I didn't tell you my name. I don't understand. Little monk, can't you just suffer a little? Tanue, is this little monk that vulgar? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. You already said that we won't meet again in the future. Why must we make it so clear? Besides, you're from a scholarly family. To this little monk, you're a colossus. Humph, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Axayan curled her lips. My name has always been Axayan. It's just that it's Axian for old and new. I told you long ago, but you're stupid, you didn't think of it. What's your surname? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, you only told me your name. Why didn't you tell me which scholarly family you're from? There's no need for that. Axian shook her head. You just need to know my name. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Actually, I already told you my surname in the Profound Water Palace. Once you enter a noble family, you're as deep as the ocean. From now on, my dear Xiao is just a passerby. It's just that you're not much smarter than me and didn't understand. You. Axian said the word, you, 3 times in a row. Without taking out her mount, auspicious clouds appeared under her feet and she soared into the sky. Her voice was still filled with hatred. I won't see you in this life, and I won't be bothered to see you in my next life either. Alright, we won't see each other for 3 lifetimes. I won't be seeing you off. Xiaohua raised his hand and smiled at Axian. Seeing Axian fly into the distance, Xiaohua was shocked again. He patted his head and thought regretfully, damn it, bickering is refreshing. But no matter what, I should have let this girl send me to Jinshan Temple. Xi Hui has already attained enlightenment. Who knows where he went? I know the location of Jinshan Temple, but can I find it myself? At this moment, Axian's voice fell into his ears like a mosquito. Oh right, little monk Xiao, I forgot to tell you. 300 li south of Saint River is Pingxi City. East of the city is Jitai Temple. The temple's abbot is a good friend of Xi Hui. You can go there and ask for the location of Jinshan Temple. Don't think too much. This is what Xi Hui entrusted to me before entering the Profound Water Palace. And the person I'm looking for is really my nephew. Axian's words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Of course, with Axian's cultivation, she wouldn't have flown too far. It could only mean that she didn't really want to say it. Thank you. Unlike Axian, Xiaohua suddenly used the Buddhist's lion's roar. After sending out the 4 words, he immediately used the wind evasion technique and rushed towards the south while laughing heartily. While flying, he was still imagining Axian's trembling face after being frightened by this thunderous sound. Damn it. Axian wasn't the only one who was startled. Even the strange bird beneath her was so startled that its wings exploded and it almost fell from the sky. Axian managed to stabilize the strange bird with great difficulty. She couldn't help but grumble. However, after a while, when the strange bird stabilized its flight, Axian frowned again. This little monk is interesting. Where did he come from? It's not rare for him to have Buddhist and Taoist techniques, but how can the Devil Realm's techniques be in the same body as my Confucian cultivator's true qi? It's a pity that this little monk is so tight-lipped. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get any information out of him. Little monk Xiao, they're really interesting. Alas, it's just that. I'm afraid I won't be able to see such an interesting little monk again. The affairs of this world are really hard to understand. Xiaohua didn't have as many thoughts as Axian. He flew 100 li south of Saint River. Suddenly, he froze, dumbstruck. Although night had fallen, he could clearly see that the scene below his feet was the same as what he saw in the Profound Water Palace's illusory formation. It was exactly the same. At the foot of the mountain ridge, which was not too high, a small stream gurgled in the darkness. Amidst the sparse aquatic plants, a few frog croaks could be heard. Beside the stream was a Bodhi tree. However, there was nothing under the Bodhi tree. There were only some tracks of ox hooves on the flat ground. There were no small monks or chess pieces. This Xiao Hua was shocked. Is this still an illusory formation? While he was thinking, the green light between Xiao Hua's eyebrows flourished. Layers of dense lightning flashed in the night sky. Fortunately, the scene didn't collapse under the lightning and thunder, causing Xiao Hua to feel slightly relieved. Just as Xiao Hua was about to continue forward, his heart skipped a beat. He reached into his bosom and felt around. Hiss. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In his hand was the black triangle that Gun Yan gave him in the illusory formation. Damn it, what's going on here? Is this an illusory formation or not? Xiao Hua didn't understand. An indescribable strangeness arose in his heart. Xiao Hua looked around and even released his soul sense. He didn't find anything abnormal. Only then did he look at the triangle in his hand. This triangle looks a bit familiar. Right, didn't I also get a triangle when I killed Qin Jian? Saying this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the triangle from the space. Just as he took it out, Xiao Hua was stunned again. Strange. Normally, I would send things into the space. Why didn't I do it in the illusory formation? Why did I put it in my bosom instead? Could it be that the space can't be created in the illusory formation? It's a good thing that the secret of the space wasn't exposed in the illusory formation. Otherwise, how could Mo Ling be fooled? Immediately, Xiao Hua used his transcendence vision to look at the triangle. It really was the same as the triangle that Gun Yan gave him. There was an indistinct chess piece hidden inside. Since the two triangles had some origin, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Someone probably brought this thing to the Dawn Rain continent just like the appearance of the setting sun island. He didn't pass through the three natural formations and left it behind. I'll keep it for now. Who knows what it is? Xiao Hua kept the two triangles, but his eyes were looking ahead. In the darkness of the night, there was a small village, and there was a disciple he took in the illusion. However, according to Gun Yan, that was in Wang Bianfei's dream. He didn't know if Wang Bianfei still remembered. Was the thing that happened in Wang Bianfei's dream real? Unfortunately, the difference between dream and reality wasn't small. Xiao Hua actually flew 100 li before he saw the familiar mountain village and familiar mountain ridge. This was much farther than the environment. Xiao Hua very familiarly swept his divine sense over Wang Bianfei's home. However, when he saw that Wang Bianfei's home was pitch black without any light, he couldn't help but be stunned. He only saw Wang Bianfei once, and it was in the illusory formation. How could he know what Wang Bianfei's home was like at night? However, looking at the entire small village, other than a few farmhouses that were dark like Wang Bianfei's home, the other houses more or less had candles. There were also some children making noise. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be somewhat puzzled. Chapter 3481. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua descended from the sky and arrived at the neighboring house next to Wang Bianfei's house. The farmhouse's small courtyard didn't have any walls, only a few withered branches were inserted there. Xiao Hua stood next to the fence that also couldn't be considered a gate. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. As Xiao Hua's voice entered the house, a 40-something-year-old man's head popped out from the flickering light. Then the man's head shrank back. A rather thin woman walked out with a gray thing in her hand. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the woman handed over the thing in her hand and said with some displeasure, "Little monk, you came to the wrong house. If you want to beg for alms, you have to go to the village. Master Wang lives there." Xiao Hua smiled and hurriedly raised his hand. He said with a smile, "Auntie misunderstood. This poor monk isn't here to beg for alms." "Oh. If little master isn't here to beg for alms, then what are you here for?" Hearing that Xiaohua wasn't here to beg for alms, the woman hurriedly withdrew the thing in her hand and even changed the way she addressed him. Xiaohua pointed at Wang Bianfei's house and asked, "Excuse me, auntie, is this the house of little benefactor Wang Bianfei?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "Why is little master looking for Wang Bianfei?" "Oh, I understand. Little master is here to find Wang Bianfei to paint, right?" Hearing this, Xiaohua was happy. He didn't need to find a reason, so he nodded and said, "Auntie is right. But why is there no one in little benefactor Wang Bianfei's house?" "Oh, little master, it's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you've come for nothing." The woman said exaggeratedly, "There's no one in Wang Bianfei's house, and I reckon there won't be anyone in these few days." "Ah. How can that be?" Xiaohua was anxious. "This little monk is here on master's order to ask Wang Bianfei to paint. If he's not home, how can this little monk return?" "Auntie, do you know where Wang Bianfei went?" "Hee, you've asked the right person. I'm afraid only I know where they went in this village," the woman said with a smile. "What does auntie mean?" This little monk doesn't understand. Xiaohua is even more baffled. This little monk heard that Wang Bianfei only has one mother in his family. Where can an orphan and widow go? If it were anyone else. I really wouldn't tell them. The woman was very mysterious. She lowered her voice and said, "Before sunset today, most of the villagers were plowing the fields and hadn't returned. Because my old man. Boy's mother, what are you doing there?" A loud roar came from the house. The woman trembled and hurriedly cried out, "Boy's father, I'll be right back." Then, he finally said concisely, "When I came back, I bumped into Wang Yifei's mother. She locked the door and left with Wang Yifei. She said that she was going to Pingxi City. There was a rich merchant who wanted Wang Yifei to paint for them and wanted to stay in Pingxi City for a month. TSK. She said that she had 3 coins of silver. My goodness, 3 coins of silver. How many things could she buy with that?" After sighing with emotion, the woman didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. "Auntie, which direction is Pingxi City?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked again. The woman raised her hand and pointed to the south again. She turned around and asked curiously, "Could it be that you're not a monk in Pingxi City's temple?" "Many thanks, auntie." Xiaohua didn't dawdle with her. He hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness and swept it in the direction of Pingxi City. Xiaohua originally had a calm expression as he thanked the woman. However, his expression suddenly changed. Anger appeared on his face. He snorted faintly and immediately used the wind escape technique to fly away. Hearing Xiaohua's cold snort, the woman stared blankly and turned her head to look. However, where was Xiaohua's shadow in front of the gate? Ghost! The woman screamed and hurriedly rushed into the house. However, her hand was still tightly clutching the grayish food. Since there were people in this world, there were naturally good and evil people. Even if human nature was good, when faced with temptation that exceeded their own limits, it was inevitable that they would do something out of line. Therefore, as long as there were people in this world, there would be no pure land in this world. Even if it was the so-called pure land, even if it was the pure land that Buddha spoke of. In a dense forest 50 li away from the small village, only a few dozen zhang away from the main road, there was a small carriage parked. Beside the carriage stood a man holding a sharp knife. This man was none other than the Wang family's housekeeper. In front of him, there was a woman kneeling. Behind the woman was Wang Biafei, who was being firmly protected by the woman's hands. The woman hit the ground with her head and sorrowfully said, "Housekeeper, please take pity on us, mother and son. Just take the gold, we definitely won't dare to say anything. Moreover, from today onwards, we will never return to the village." This way, no one will know that you took the gold. Why should you stain your hands with blood because of this? The housekeeper took a step forward and pressed the sharp knife against the woman's chest. He smiled nastily and said, "Do you think we won't say anything just because you said so? Who knows what you think after you leave? I only know that dead people can't speak. As long as you are a living person, you can't keep secrets." Housekeeper. The woman was in despair. She grabbed the sharp knife with one hand and blood flowed from her fingertips. Finally, she pleaded, "If you want to kill, then kill me. My son is still young. No matter what he says, others won't believe it. Can you let him go?" The blood on the woman's hand dripped on her towering chest. Under the lantern of the carriage, it looked somewhat coquettish. The housekeeper's eyes flashed and unconsciously revealed a trace of a lewd smile. Looking at the child behind the woman, he smiled nastily and said, "How about this? I will give your child a chance. Thank you, housekeeper. Thank you, housekeeper." The woman didn't know what the housekeeper was thinking and hurriedly thanked him. Soon after, she said to Wang Biafei behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and thank the housekeeper? You must remember, in the future, you must never say anything." Wang Biafei stood behind his mother. His fists were tightly clenched and his teeth had already bitten through his lips. He stared at the housekeeper without saying a word. At this moment, compared to what Xiaohua saw in the illusion, he was a bit more timid. "When did I say I was going to let this little bastard go?" The housekeeper laughed and said, "I see that you have some beauty. You might as well serve me. This gap is your child's chance. He will run as far as he can. After I am satisfied, I will kill you first and then kill him. How far he can run will depend on you." "You." The woman obviously didn't expect the housekeeper to say this and was really stunned. "You don't agree? Well, now I will kill him first." The housekeeper raised his hand and pretended to take the sharp knife away. "No, no, I promise you, I promise you." The woman hurriedly grabbed the sharp knife. Blood flowed out of her hand again. Then, she hysterically shouted behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and run, mother?" Wang Biafei cried and shouted. His hand tightly grasped his mother's lapel. He also didn't have the rare decisiveness in the illusion. "Why don't you hurry and run?" Wang Biafei's mother turned her hand and slapped Wang Biafei's face. The 5 bloody marks were deeply imprinted on his face and also hit his heart. At this moment, Wang Biafei didn't know what to choose. Fortunately, before he could make any choice, a faint voice came from above his head. "Someone actually dares to bully this Xiao's disciple. He must be tired of living. Master." When Wang Biafei heard this voice, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He looked up at the night sky and shouted, Is it really you? I am not dreaming again, right?" As he spoke, Wang Biafei thought of something and hurriedly said, "Master, quickly save this disciple." When Wang Biafei shouted like this, the housekeeper and Wang Biafei's mother were stunned. Wang Biafei's mother hurriedly turned her head. The surprise on her face couldn't be concealed even in the darkness of the night. The housekeeper, without hesitation, grabbed the knife from Wang Biafei's mother's hand. However, when the housekeeper only took 2 steps back and was about to escape, he seemed to have thought of something. He clenched his teeth and revealed a ruthless expression. Using all his strength, he stabbed towards Wang Biafei's mother's chest. Nothing could be more vicious than this. This housekeeper actually felt that it was impossible for him to escape from Xiaohua's hands and wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. Only this kind of evil person would come up with that kind of vicious idea. However, the housekeeper's knife only pierced a few inches before it stagnated there and couldn't move forward anymore. Wang Biafei's mother couldn't see anyone in the night sky and was caught off guard when the housekeeper snatched the knife away. She wondered if she had heard wrongly and hurriedly turned her head back. Seeing that the housekeeper was about to attack again, she unhesitatingly spread out her arms and blocked in front of Wang Biafei, pouncing towards the sharp knife. Naturally, without Wang Biafei's mother pouncing in front of the sharp knife, her body couldn't move. Then, very strangely, she moved back half a foot before stopping. A gentle voice sounded in her ear, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. This evil person won't be able to do evil again in the future." Master, Master. Wang Biafei was really excited. He jumped on the ground and shouted, "Where are you? Quickly, quickly come on." Xiaohua's voice laughed and said, "Don't worry, isn't Master here now?" In the night sky, a thin and tall figure covered in starlight flew over from a distance. However, when he got closer, his bald head spoiled the scenery. "Master, it's really you." Wang Biafei saw Xiaohua's head and familiar face and couldn't help but shout again, "Disciple isn't dreaming this time, right? If it's a dream, would you be in such danger?" Xiaohua smiled, but there was coldness in his smile. He had seen everything that the housekeeper had done. He really didn't expect that there would be such a vicious person in this world. Compared to him, Xiaohua felt that Imo Ling was clean. Chapter 3482. This concubine greets, Master. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Xiaohua waved his hand. How could he let her kneel down? He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. I don't like empty etiquette the most. Mother, you see, what the boy said this morning is right." Wang Bianfei held his mother's arm and said happily, "The boy really acknowledged a master in his dream. Now, Master is here. Do you believe it? Son, why aren't you greeting your master?" Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei and said, "You acknowledged a master in your dream. Now you have to kowtow." Yes, the boy knows." Wang Bianfei also remembered and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Disciple Wang Bianfei greets Master." Xiaohua didn't stop him and nodded, "Master doesn't have so many rules. It's the first time you meet, so kowtow a few more times. There's no need to be so troublesome in the future." Yes, disciple knows. Wang Bianfei obediently kowtowed 9 times before getting up. Xiaohua then took some medicine for Wang Bianfei's mother and walked to the front of the housekeeper. He looked up and down and slightly shook his head. The housekeeper's eyes were filled with despair and even some fear. However, Xiaohua didn't see a trace of begging for mercy. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua turned his head and said, "Wang Bianfei, yes, Master." Wang Bianfei helped his mother apply the medicine. Seeing the wound on his mother's hand heal, he was even more convinced. Hearing Xiaohua calling him, he hurriedly responded and walked to Xiaohua. Xiaohua asked, "Today's disaster, was it because you drew the portrait of Miss Wang and got the gold?" "Yes." Wang Bianfei gnashed his teeth and nodded. Xiaohua asked again, "Is it related to Wang family?" "This." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to speak carelessly. His mother hurriedly said, "Master, it can't be. Although Master Wang is a bit arrogant, he's not domineering. He still values my son. Since he rewarded the gold, he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. This must be his own idea." "Yes, Master." Wang Bianfei also echoed, "From what this steward said just now, it should be that he was aroused by greed and wanted to harm this disciple. What are your plans?" Xiaohua asked. Wang Bianfei thought for a moment and said honestly, "This disciple will listen to Master. Whatever Master says is what it is. Master wants to hear what you think." Xiaohua shook his head and asked, "Master." Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to speak but was stopped by Xiaohua. This. Wang Bianfei looked at the butler, who looked like a clay statue. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those who kill will be killed. If we don't kill him, the boy and mother won't be able to return to the village." "What else?" Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Wang Yifei's mother opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say anything. That Wang Biafei pondered for a moment, his face flushed red, and said in a low voice, "What is master talking about? This disciple doesn't quite understand." Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Wang Bianfei and then at Wang Bianfei's mother. He knew that under his mother's protection, Wang Bianfei was like a flower under a big tree. All the wind and rain were covered by the big tree. He didn't know about the wind and rain outside. What he saw in the illusion was indeed what happened in the past. However, in Wang Bianfei's dream, it was greatly modified by Wang Bianfei. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua found it funny. Not to mention Wang Bianfei, even if it was him, didn't he also have a wishful thinking in the illusion? Soon after, Xiao Hua said, "Hee, Wang Bianfei, don't be nervous. If in the dream, you met such a wicked person and killed him, what would you do? Didn't the little monk mention it to you?" When Xiao Hua mentioned the dream, Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment and said, "After this disciple kills this person, I will naturally destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Then, I will bring mother back to the village as if nothing happened. Even if the Wang clan discovers that the housekeeper is missing, they won't suspect this disciple. Have you ever thought that the housekeeper is deceiving you? When you leave the village, he will mention it to others. Or perhaps, when you leave the village, you will be seen by others." Xiao Hua took advantage of this opportunity to patiently teach Wang Bianfei. When Wang Bianfei heard this, his expression slightly changed. He bitterly smiled and said, "Since master said this disciple feels that it's better if we don't return to the village. Even if others didn't discover the housekeeper's matter, the entire village knows about the gold." When Wang Bianfei said this, Wang Bianfei's mother's expression greatly changed. She seemed to have thought of something. The Wang clan is wealthy, but the Wang clan is also powerful. No one dares to provoke them. Xiao Hua says word by word, "Although your family's gold is much less than the Wang family's, if you can't protect this gold, not to mention the housekeeper, in the future, the Wang family servants and even the villagers will more or less find trouble with you. Jade is innocent, but possessing jade is a crime. Master's words are extremely true." Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly smiled and said, "I always felt that something was wrong these few days. The Shenlaoer's wife next door always came to borrow food from me." The village entrance. I won't say any more. Only today did I understand. A few days. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Wang Bianfei and asked, "How many days have passed since you painted the tiger?" "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei said, "That was 10 days ago. However, it should be because disciple dreamed of it last night that master saw it." "Right, master came out from inside." "What about the little monk?" He was originally a part of the illusion. He can't come out. Moreover, you won't be able to see him in the future." Xiao Hua didn't hide and replied, "Master." Wang Bianfei's face was somewhat sad. "The little monk is quite good. Master also knows. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. Good people don't necessarily have long lives." Xiao Hua looked at the evil housekeeper again. Of course, sometimes evil people also don't have long lives. "Wang Bianfei, how do you think this housekeeper should die?" Xiao Hua moved his gaze away from the housekeeper's face and asked again. "How should he die?" Wang Bianfei was stunned. This question was indeed somewhat difficult for a child who wasn't even 10 years old. "Let his head flow with pus, the soles of his feet bubble, and his body grow poisonous sores. Let him howl for 10 days and 10 nights until he dies. Wang Bianfei said as if he was telling a nursery rhyme. Good, as you wish. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Ah. Master, disciple just said it casually. Wang Bianfei replied in surprise, let's forget about killing him. Find a hole to bury him. Hee, this evil person bullied you and your mother like this. If Master didn't come, you too would have died miserably in his hands. How can you let him die peacefully? Xiao Hua pointed his hand. A trace of devil energy fell between the housekeeper's eyebrows under the cover of the night. The housekeeper trembled. His eyes that were originally looking death in the eye flashed with an unspeakable fear. The housekeeper's body could also move at this moment. Moreover, it was very powerful. This was because after the trembling, the butler's entire body was trembling, as if he was twitching and struggling. Even the muscles on the butler's face were twisting and trembling. Bean-sized beads of sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead, neck, and other parts of his body, soaking his clothes. Hee. The housekeeper opened his mouth as if he wanted to scream. However, his tongue was twisted into a ball. His throat was also uncontrollable. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He could only howl like he was retching. Gradually, the housekeeper curled up into a prawn. His body seemed to have shrunk. Under the carriage's lantern, his face appeared particularly dark. After another moment, the housekeeper suddenly rolled on the ground. His head, hands, and body hit a tree and hit a stone. Strands of black blood seeped out from his body. This blood, sweat, and mud smeared on the housekeeper's body. He looked worse than a beggar. Wang Bianfei looked somewhat unbearable. Wang Bianfei's mother had already closed her eyes, not daring to look. Wang Bianfei couldn't help but say, Master, look. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you have to remember, if Master didn't come, I'm afraid you would be even more miserable than this, yes. Wang Bianfei bit his lips. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. After all, he was born in a village. Although he was fated to become Xiao Hua's disciple, no matter if it was hidden immortal continent or western paradise, they were both not good places. Xiao Hua admittedly protected him for a while, but it was impossible for him to protect him for a lifetime. Wang Bianfei was also not comparable to Lu Yi. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only let him experience a little bit. Although this experience was somewhat cruel to him. Paw! A muffled sound echoed. Wang Bianfei's eyes jumped. He saw a thin crack burst open on the housekeeper's forehead. A pitch-black pus flowed out from the inside. Immediately, muffled sounds continuously came from the housekeeper's body. Cracks like a baby's mouth spread all over the housekeeper's body. Sigh. Let's go. Xiao Hua slightly sighed. He knew that if he continued to look, Wang Bianfei's heart might not be able to bear it. He waved his hand and said. Wang Bianfei finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said, Yes, I will listen to Master's instructions. Go, bring the carriage over. Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said. Master, I will go. Wang Bianfei's mother rushed to go. Xiao Hua smiled and said, There's no need for sister-in-law to go, let Wang Bianfei go. Mother, the boy will go, you just have to wait. Wang Bianfei hurriedly ran over and untied the horse's reins from the big tree. He pulled the horse over with great effort. That horse obviously refused to accept it. It shook its head and almost pulled Wang Bianfei to the ground. Wang Bianfei's mother's heart had long been pulled. But seeing that Xiao Hua was silent and motionless, she also didn't dare to move. When Wang Bianfei pulled the carriage over with great difficulty, Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't help but run 2 steps and took the reins. She respectfully said to Xiao Hua, Master, please get on the carriage. There's no need for sister-in-law to drive the carriage. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's already late. You and Wang Bianfei are both tired. Just rest in the carriage. This Xiao will drive the carriage. How could I dare to trouble master? Wang Bianfei's mother said very uneasily, you are Wang Bianfei's master and also my savior. Chapter 3483. Get on the carriage, no need to be polite. Xiaohua took the reins and said unquestionably. Wang Bianfei's mother was helpless and could only climb onto the carriage. Wang Bianfei also nimbly jumped onto the carriage, but he didn't follow his mother into the canopy, but instead sat in front obediently. Xiaohua looked at this unusually intelligent child and smiled. He also floated onto the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He skillfully shook the reins and shouted, Jia. The carriage slowly moved towards the main road not far away. It was actually very obedient. The carriage started to move. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he waved his left hand. Ah! Ah! The housekeeper's blood-curdling screams came out one after another. By the time the carriage reached the main road, the blood-curdling screams had already become hoarse and gradually stopped. Master! Wang Bianfei whispered, if the housekeeper's corpse is found in the morning, what should we do? It won't. Xiaohua looked forward and said indifferently, after half a cup of tea, not even his bones will be left. He will completely turn into a pool of black water. See. Wang Bianfei sucked in a breath of cold air, the expression on his face was somewhat stiff. Xiaohua glanced at Wang Bianfei and said indifferently, what? Are you regretting it a little? No. I don't regret it. Wang Bianfei's face immediately turned red and he hurriedly shook his head. I haven't said what I regret yet, how do you know you don't regret it? Xiaohua asked again. Master. At this time, Wang Bianfei's mother spoke from behind. This morning, I heard little Four talk about the situation in his dream. Is everything in it true? Does Master have the ability to transcend heaven and earth? Xiaohua was stunned and nodded, yes, everything in Wang Bianfei's dream was done by me. Even on a normal day, I can also do it. Since that's the case, can Grandmaster also fly with me and little Four? Of course. Xiaohua already understood what Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to say and replied with a smile. Son, why don't you think about it? Why can Master fly with you and your mother, why must we sit in this carriage? Didn't Master say to let mother and the boy rest in the carriage? Wang Bianfei asked in confusion. Master can fly, so where can't he take us to rest? Why must we do it in the carriage? Boy, I don't know. Wang Yifei was at a loss. Xiaohua smiled and said, let's not talk about it, we'll know when the time comes. Oh right, Wang Bianfei, tell me, how did you dream of the little monk? Master, call him Little Four. This is his nickname. Master keeps calling him Wang Bianfei. This concubine feels that you are treating him as an outsider. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly said. Good. Xiaohua readily agreed. Then, Wang Yifei told her how he dreamed of the little monk and everything that had happened. The night slowly deepened. The sound of horse hooves, the creaking of the carriage, and the child's clear voice were like a happy song on the road. In the end, a child was still a child. As he spoke, he fell asleep on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua sent Wang Bianfei to the tent. Wang Bianfei's mother had already fallen asleep. It seemed that both of them were mentally and physically exhausted after the scare. Although they were excited just now, once they relaxed, they fell asleep easily. Xiaohua didn't care about the carriage anymore. He trusted the reins and let the horse stroll on the road. He frowned and pondered over what Wang Bianfei had just said. This Wang Bianfei was very strange. Since he was young, he could dream of illusions. In that illusionary realm, he first met Gu Nian. Gu Nian was frightened in the illusionary realm and was abnormally depressed. After seeing Wang Bianfei, he was naturally wild with joy and played with Wang Bianfei very happily. Just before Xiaohua entered the illusionary realm, there was also a Confucian disciple who entered the illusionary realm. However, that Confucian disciple was not as lucky as Xiaohua. He gradually got lost in the illusionary realm and never escaped again. As for Wang Bianfei, after hearing Gu Nian talk about the terror of the illusion, he never dared to walk into the depths of the illusion. Therefore, when he saw Xiaohua in the illusion that day, Wang Bianfei said so many things that Xiaohua couldn't understand. As for the illusion that Xiaohua entered, it was naturally the illusion in his heart. This illusion just so happened to be entangled with Wang Bianfei's dream. This allowed Xiaohua to have the strange matter of accepting a disciple in his dream. What surprised Xiaohua even more was that Wang Bianfei clearly remembered the cultivation techniques and so on that he taught Wang Bianfei in the illusion. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he would probably be able to cultivate immediately. Alas, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Previously, I felt that Lu Yi was very smart. However, compared to this Wang Bianfei, Lu Yi is slightly inferior. Xiaohua said with a somewhat bitter smile. Of course, perhaps it's Wang Bianfei's unknown talent that created his intelligence. In the future, if this talent can be used for cultivation, then he'll be even more of a prodigy in my Dao sect. Actually, looking at Wang Bianfei's situation, it's more suitable for him to cultivate Confucian cultivation. However, no matter if he cultivates Taoist cultivation techniques or Confucian cultivation techniques, I can teach him both. The problem is, should I bring them back to the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua was somewhat worried. If I bring them back, how? Put them in the Qianquan bag. If I bring them to the hidden immortal continent, how should I explain it to them? Wouldn't others know that I appeared in the western land of ultimate bliss? But if I don't bring them back, how will I settle them down? The night passed very quickly. When the sky started to brighten, Wang Bianfei and his mother woke up. Xiaohua took out 2 spirit jujubes and let them eat it. After another half an hour, when the sky was bright and there was actually a caravan of merchants passing by behind them, Xiaohua let Wang Bianfei and his mother get off the carriage while he drove the carriage to negotiate with the caravan of merchants. He used the carriage and horses to exchange for a few taels of silver. Seeing Xiaohua walking back with large strides, Wang Bianfei immediately stepped forward and bowed. Master, disciple has come to apologize. Disciple gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain and actually doubted Master. It was really disrespectful. No matter. Xiaohua handed the silver to Wang Bianfei's mother and said with a smile, "You are still young, maybe you didn't think it through thoroughly. In fact, there are some things that you don't need to force others to know. As long as you understand it, your heart can live with it, and can face the heavens magnanimously." Yes, disciple will remember. Wang Bianfei said sincerely. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered the 2 of them. He said, the trivial matters are over, we should get down to business. Immediately, Xiaohua took the 2 of them and flew to the nearby mountain peak. Wang Bianfei and his mother saw Xiaohua's immortal method and unconsciously became excited. Their eyes looked left and right, very curious. Sister-in-law. Xiaohua pointed to the distance with his finger and said with a smile, there is a cave over there, clean it up a bit and use it as your and Xiao Xi's residence. We will stay here for 3 days. I understand. When Wang Bianfei's mother heard this, she immediately understood. She hurriedly took some of her belongings and hurriedly left. Xiaohua then beckoned to Wang Bianfei and said, Wang Bianfei, come here. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei walked over and carefully answered. Sit down cross-legged, just like what master taught you before. Xiaohua glanced at Wang Bianfei and instructed, then, according to the instructions of the technique, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and turned his palms towards the sky to sense. As Xiaohua thought, Wang Bianfei and Lu Yi were very similar. Although they were already familiar with the technique, they couldn't sense the spiritual energy. In the following 2 days, Xiaohua taught the other techniques one by one. Wang Bianfei understood them more easily than Lu Yi, but the result was the same as Lu Yi. Xiaohua saw this and nodded slightly. He already understood something. He waved his hand and took out the soul bridge. He said, Wang Bianfei, close your eyes. No matter what you feel in a while, don't resist. Let master help you take a look. Yes, master. After seeing the technique taught by Xiaohua, Wang Bianfei no longer had any doubts about Xiaohua. He answered and immediately closed his eyes. Xiaohua threw the soul bridge in his hand. A dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. Countless soul strands stretched out from the magic eye imprint. As soon as these soul strands appeared, they immediately vibrated violently. An indescribable whimpering sound came from between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It sounded quite creepy. Following the trembling of these soul strands, strands of misty green light flashed out layer by layer. These strands of green light touched the soul bridge with the soul strands and also fell on the soul bridge. The bone ball that was originally quietly floating in the air began to slowly rotate. As the soul strands fell, the green light on the bone ball began to become dazzling. However, the bone ball's rotation was still relatively slow, as if Xiaohua's soul force wasn't enough. After a full half cup of tea's time, a crisp, kacha sound was heard. It was like the sound of a copper lock being opened. The bone ball suddenly sped up. Waves of buzzing sounds could be heard. Moreover, this sound was very rhythmic. In another moment, the entire outer layer of the bone ball completely transformed into a layer of dark green light. Xiaohua's expression was very serious as he waved the soul strands and drove the bone ball to fly between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Xiaohua's eyes didn't blink as he stared closely at the bone ball. When the bone ball touched Wang Bianfei's eyebrows, the skin that came in contact with it was instantly dyed dark green. Xiaohua stopped and took a deep breath. He slightly composed himself before urging it again. When the outer layer of the bone ball easily entered, a happy expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. Although Xiaohua already knew about the soul technique used to control soul tools, this was the first time he was actually using it. Especially this kind of soul technique that didn't hurt people, Xiaohua couldn't help but be a little nervous. The soul bridge entered Wang Bianfei's mind. Without Xiaohua's control, it slowly moved inside. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the mysterious dark clouds. However, Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark clouds were much weaker than Xiaohua's. Not only were the heavenly patterns and earth deeds on the dark clouds not obvious, the dark clouds also flickered slightly as if they were breathing. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.